Hello, everyone. Welcome to our hybrid meeting. Participants in the room, please do not join the meeting in Zoom. Virtual participants, if you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members attending virtually, if you are able, please activate your video for purposes of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Members of the committee, when you wish to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote, please push the person button on your microphone or raise your hand virtually. Those in the room will have their microphone muted, or will have their microphone turned on when they are recognized to speak. Those attending virtually can unmute themselves when recognized. When you are finished, all should mute themselves. Members of the public who have registered to speak. Those appearing virtually, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. If you are here in person, when you are called to speak, approach one of the two podiums on either side of the dais, and you will be recognized. For all registrants, the clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all public speakers, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thanks. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jim. Do we have any notified absences today?
Yes, Farley and Brusick are notified absences.
Okay. And just, I don't remember if you covered this, but any applications approved tonight will go to the Common Council on May 5th. Can we do the roll call, please?
Sure. Alder Glenn?
I'm here. I also just want for the record I emailed Jim, I have to leave early. So just for quorum purposes, I have to leave by 6:30 tonight.
Thank you. Alder Glenn is here. Alder Revere? Here. Alder Revere is here. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is here. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra is here. Ms. Clemens? Present. Ms. Clemens is here. Chair, we do have quorum.
Excellent. Up next is we have approval of the minutes for March 18th, March 25th, and April 9th. Committee, what is your pleasure?
To approve.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Alder Revere. Any discussion? Any objections to approving the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes of March 18th, 25th, and 9th are approved. Jim, do we have any public comment?
We do not have any general public comments.
Thank you. At this time, any members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Do we have any disclosures or recusals tonight? See none, moving on to the consent agenda. If you could read off the proposed consent agenda for tonight, that would be great.
Sure. So the proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting March 18th, I'll read them very briefly, very quick, just the type of items and the number on the agenda. And then the committee will approve or change. And then once they've finalized their approval, then I'll read it out in full. So the proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting March 18th, 2026, recommend a council to grant temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit. Item 5, change of agent. Items 6, 7, and 8. Entity reorganization. Item 9, a request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05. Item number 10, refer to future meeting to ALRC. Item 2 and 3. Item 2, the applicant has asked for an extension, and 3, the background check was run 6 months ago. So the attorneys have asked if I can reach out to the applicant, and I did so. So let them know that we need a new application and we need to run a new background check that is more current. And lastly, recommend a council place on file without prejudice. Item 15, public hearing new license. The note on this is the application is incomplete and the applicant has been unresponsive to remedy this.
Excellent, thank you. Alder Glenn.
I believe the date that was read is wrong. It said March 18th.
Oh, shoot, should be April 15th. My fault.
Okay.
So committee, that is your consent agenda for this evening. What is your pleasure?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. We have a second on that. Any discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, the consent agenda for this evening is approved. Jim, if you could read that off officially, that would be great.
Sure. So the past consent agenda for ALRC meeting April 15th, 2026 is recommendation to council to grant item 5, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit for Sun Prairie Lions Club, and the event is Run Madtown. Item 6, change of agent for La Pepe Inc. Item number 7, change of agent for Hamilton Canteen LLC. Item 8, change of agent for Ian's Pizza Francis LLC. Oh, hold on, my screen just flipped on me. Item 9, entity reorganization for Hot Lunch LLC. Item 10, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05 for Vale and Vault LLC. Refer to future meeting the ALRC. Item 2, operator license application for Jerome Love Star. Item 3, operator license application for Michael Stressing. And recommended council to place on file without prejudice. Item 15, public hearing new license for Madison, Wisconsin Hotels LLC.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have the operator's license application, number 4, for Christian Miller. Do we have anyone registered for this today?
Yes, Christian Miller is registered. And is Christian Miller here? Yes. Yep, you can come up to the podium.
If you're tall, I recommend that side. It's much easier. Everyone always has to bend over. Thank you, Christian, for being here.
Yes.
If you could just give us a little bit of background on why you're here tonight and what you're trying to do with the operator's license.
Yes, I'm here to get the operator's license for my job at the Brass Ring. I am a server bartender, so I don't bartend a lot, but I am one of the guys that they, rely on the most. So I try to be as available as possible, and they thought it would be best if I got my operator's license in case.
Okay, excellent. Captain, if you could give us the background of why we're here tonight.
I was provided this from our records department, and Mr. Miller did list on there that he does have an OWI fourth offense. Did not list on the application the previous OWIs. I'm going to start from the first one and kind of work our way down to that fourth one there. So in 2019 was when the first OWI conviction was, and that was by Madison PD. The second one was also in that year. In December, so right at the end of it. And let me back up, sorry, that's not an OWI, that's an operating while revoked at the end of the year. So operating after his license was revoked from that first OWI. His second OWI was in February of 2022, and that was by UW Whitewater PD. The third OWI was the following year in July of 2023, and the fourth one, which does make it a felony then, was in April of 2023. So consistent pattern kind of going from 2019 to 2023 with OWIs.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Miller, it seems like you had a really bad couple of years. Can you explain to us the process you went through and the rehabilitation that you've gone through regarding these OWIs and what you've done?
Yeah, most definitely. It's no secret that, in my 20s, I clearly made many mistakes. I I sought help, which was always a big thing for me because, I try to be, I'm always very stubborn. Like, I don't like asking for help and I don't like making excuses. I make a mistake or I don't. And I didn't like living like that. It was starting to hurt like my relationships with my family and my friends, and some of which I couldn't repair. But, when I finally took a step back and asked for help, I realized that I really did not have to, struggle the way that I did. And I look back at it and I'm mad because, there's so many better ways I could have, handled like, my emotions or, my decision making. And, it was always a pattern, me going back to drinking, and I hated that. But yeah, I sought help. Got onto this online Facebook group for like AA, and I still follow them actually. Other than that, I did seek counseling. I did get into AA meetings for a little bit, but unfortunately I didn't have the money to keep up. So I did have to put it on pause for a little bit. But I did take another step back and I realized that it's really about looking in on myself. And I cut back on my drinking as much as possible. I can't say that I've fully quit yet because I do stop after work and get a beer, but I don't drive anymore. I don't even like driving. So I refuse to get a license even if I'm eligible to get one. I feel like now that I'm clearer head than I've been in years, I'm starting to realize that like I really wasted a lot of time just like partying all the time, and I don't want that to be like, what I'm known for, what I'm remembered for. And honestly, I don't even want to be a bartender. I don't really want the license back, but these people that have hired me and have given me chances and have treated me so good, they are so nice to me. They wrote a letter thinking that it would help, and they're just the nicest people that I've ever worked for. And I told them that if you think it's a good idea and if you need me to help, then I am going to do it because they have been better to me than any job that I've had my whole life. And that's really why I'm here. It's really not for me, it's for them.
Okay. Thank you. Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant? And we'll actually take that letter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I got choked up. I don't really like talking about my emotions.
Alder Cole.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, so here when we have to address this kind of background checks, which are, pretty, I have feelings about it, but it's a difficult discussion to have, but the law requires for us to provide a proof of rehabilitation, to just provide proof of rehabilitation, like for example, that letter that you had there from whoever is coming from, proof of a program that you went to completed, or like you said that you were on it, but perhaps you couldn't continue to afford it. I mean, did you have any other? It's good to hear that you had done all of that work, and I appreciate your opening up to us about that, as difficult as this is. But are you able to provide actual physical letters or documentation on regards to the steps that you had taken?
There might be an email somewhere buried in my emails that was like for a couple of meetings that I went to. What was the group's name? It was like AA something.
So are you able to maybe reach out to them to have them confirm that you had done those steps, or I need you to give us something for us to be able to show that what you're saying is backed up by other people's speaking of your character and things like that.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it might take me a little, like a second.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder Cole. Ms. Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for being here. And yeah, I echo what Alder Figueroa Cole said. This is really hard, and thank you for your sincerity. You seem very sincere about what you went through and how your life has changed. But I agree with Alder Cole that we need to see some documentation so that we've done our job to show substantial and credible evidence of rehabilitation. So I think that would be, for today, I would not vote in favor of approving the license, but if we're able to gather some additional documentation, we can look at it again. That's my opinion.
Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, and we absolutely appreciate you sharing with us. A couple of questions just based on what you shared with us so far. So after you were convicted of the third and fourth, and I see that they were combined in the court, you would have been ordered to do, as you know, to do a driver safety plan. Did you ever go to Journey Mental Health Center?
I did, and
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yes, I went to the Journey like mental health and everything, and instead of doing the class, they because I did the class during my second and in between my third, so they said that I should do the AA meetings instead, and they had this program that I was supposed to sign up for, but it was way too expensive. So they said to try to, because I didn't have insurance at the time either. I'm sorry. Well, and even then they were like, I was looking at the prices and the insurance wasn't going to cover much of it because I didn't have. So my plan was to get insurance and then use that to get into like therapy and stuff where they could refer me to an AA one. But it was just easier for me to just go to AA classes where I could just show up and pay. So I did that like a handful of times to the same meeting, and then it just got too expensive, and I kind of just, tried to self-medicate by doing stuff like, walking outside, getting sunlight, grass and stuff, and then just, of course, cutting back on the drinking. But yeah, I think I do have like an email or something that they sent me that would have said that, and I think, I don't know if I have the same text because I don't have the same phone.
So in the last year and a half, you did have the formal assessment at Journey Mental Health Center?
Yeah, I did, and they.
Well, that's helpful because that's step one, of course. So sharing with us a copy of that assessment, if you think you still have it, if not, they'll provide you another copy, would be the first step of helping us prove rehabilitation. And then, as you were alluding to, anything further you have about what you did do following the assessment, even if it wasn't ever signing up for what was officially ordered by Journey, since you say you weren't interested in regaining your driving privileges at all?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely, because I still had the plan to do the whole assessment. It's just that when I do, I just don't want to get my license because one, a car is way too expensive, and two, clearly, I've been making mistakes with it. So,
Yeah.
and I kind of like public travel, so.
Well, that's good to hear.
It's like I can see, like, I get the layout.
And obviously, here at our committee, we have nothing to do with you driving or not, but the reason why we ask is because it provides proof, the legal proof, that you have reached that burden that was ordered by the court of what they call a driver safety plan and the treatment that was required there to prove to the DMV that you could secure your driving privileges again. Whether or not you ever do, that's not our concern, of course.
Yeah.
So you do think that you have at home or somewhere an email of not only the assessment, but also what you did do with AA or otherwise? Since
Yeah,
this is-
I think there is, because I mean, I've had the same emails and stuff forever. So, I mean, it's just the phones that's different. So I think if I look back far enough, I can find the Journey and the AA. It might take me a minute because, they don't do like I can do a quick search. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, would it be a huge hardship with your employer if we asked you to come back next month? And you could also join our meetings on Zoom, as you have figured out quickly here, if you want to do Zoom. But before then, provide the proof in writing by email to the city clerk or.
I think so. I mean, as of right now, they haven't like needed me to close the bar, like really. I'm really just like morning bartender, which is just all beer. I'm just pouring and setting it in front of a customer and then just serving, which I'm always off by 9, 10. So, yeah, I mean, I don't see any problems going on right now. We're not going to hit the busy season for another 2-3 weeks.
Okay. Well, it would be great. I'm sorry that we're asking you to come back.
No, I
Sorry we didn't tell you in advance that we would like something in writing proving rehabilitation, but
Yeah.
as you've heard from others, the state law requires us to make that finding for us to grant you the license. It's state law.
I mean, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then when you come back, we'll have the letter from your employer also will be available to all of us, so we'll have a chance to read that in advance too. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, wait, there might be more questions.
I'm sorry. Yep. Sorry.
Alder Glenn.
Hello. Sorry to keep you standing there. Bring you back.
No, you're fine. No, all good.
I heard you say something, and I was debating on if I was going to ask you to clarify it. But I think it's important as we build out boundaries. I'm also in recovery. As you build out boundaries, you very clearly said you don't want this. I'd like you to elaborate on that.
I mean, yeah, I didn't want to make it sound like it was a burden, but like, you know, the mental state that I'm in right now, I'm just like, you know, closing a bar at like 2, it's not the number one thing that I want to do. But again, I'll do it for them because they've done so much for me. They wrote me a letter. I've never had a job to offer to help me that way in any way. And so, I mean, I don't want to make it sound like, oh, like I don't want to, but for them, I definitely will.
Thank you.
Alder Cole.
Yeah, so I again, I thank you for being here. I think I appreciate that you will allow us to give us more time for a vote on this. So if you can collect some of the information that Alder Revilla was mentioning there, that will be great. I can work with the clerk's office to send you an email in writing on what we're asking for, if that helps. But I really appreciate that you're willing to come back on next month to have a final decision.
Definitely. Thank
So,
you.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Cole. Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions to try to kind of clarify some of our processes. When you filled out your application, did you see the parts that said that it had to be filled out completely?
I might not have, to be honest. Because I do everything on my phone because I don't have a computer. So it was a little wonky when I was doing it.
Okay. The application says any omissions may result in the denial of your application. And I see and realize, you know, you put the felony OWI on here. But I'm wondering if you can tell us why you didn't include all of your other criminal offenses on the application when you submitted it.
Yeah, it wasn't intentional. I just thought that like the big one would be to know that I got 4 OWIs. I wasn't actually too sure about the whole thing. I was just like, I mean, I could have gone through the whole list, but to be honest, I don't think I even remembered the whole list.
Okay. And then after I know we've gone over this a little bit, but after the conviction of the felony OWI in July of 2024, so less than 2 years ago, you went to Journey for your assessment, right?
Yes, I did.
And what was their recommendation for your treatment?
Yeah, they said like the AA meetings themselves instead of doing like the driver course.
Okay.
And yeah, they were.
Did you?
Sorry.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Did you say that you decided not to attend the AA meetings because it cost too much?
Yeah. No, it's not like I didn't decide to. I just really could not afford it. I didn't have the money, and at the time, my job was going through some weird. Because I think I was working for T-Mobile at the time. And they were going through this weird training and like, I don't know, it wasn't called training and draining period, but it was like we were getting a bunch of applications in and then a lot of them were just getting filtered out really quickly. So like, I think what was going on was I wasn't getting paid because I wasn't working as much, even though I was their lead sale, you know? So like they had people in there training and it was like, well, this is the main store. We can't have you working full time while we're training with 2 managers on. And I'm like, okay, then I'm getting a second job. And then by the time I got a second job and I was going to go back to the AA meetings, I kind of just was trying to get my mental health and slow down on the drinking myself. And I kind of,
Okay.
yeah.
So that was less than 2 years ago. And, but you're saying that the AA meetings cost too much?
Yeah, because apparently it was like, because without the insurance, I was supposed to be paying $170 every time I came in there, like per visit, because it wasn't free.
I think I'm confused because my understanding of AA was that there was no fee or cost to it. So maybe could you explain
Yeah, that's not
that
what.
a little bit?
Yeah. No, I was told that like the meetings that I was told to go to, they were definitely going to cost me money, and that I had to use insurance that I didn't have, and that it would be easier for me to just pay per meeting. And so that's what I did. I found a group, and they did make me pay.
Okay.
Like I was paying like electronically.
If you could bring us that information as well, I think that might be helpful to know what you were ordered to do and where
think
you
I got
tried to
scammed?
do it.
Wait, hold on.
Well, I've just
Was it
I
supposed to
think
be
it would
free
be
this whole time?
helpful. Well,
I was paying like $200 a session.
yeah. So I'm
Really?
guessing
Oh
maybe it
my
was something
God,
that
dude.
wasn't just an AA meeting.
Okay, yeah, maybe I grabbed the wrong one. Okay. Okay.
So-
Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for us to know like what your assessment suggested that you do for your rehabilitation
Yeah.
and whether or not you did that.
Okay. Yeah, I hope I didn't.
And
do
then
that. That would be-
if you didn't do it, then maybe I think this committee might want to hear kind of your plan
yeah.
going forward for your rehabilitation.
Yeah.
As normally we don't see people with a felony OWI this recent that where they haven't like gone through some demonstrable rehabilitation.
Yeah.
So I think all of that would be helpful for this committee to consider in the future. Thank you.
Committee, are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, you can go have a seat, and we will, just right over there.
Yeah, yeah, should I stay? I was gonna, because I do have to work tonight. I thought I was gonna be in and out.
Yeah, we're just gonna refer this to next month, so you can head out.
A few more seconds?
seconds,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, a few more seconds.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, they need me.
And I will recognize Alder Revere to do the motion.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will formally then move referral of this application to our next regular meeting.
Second.
Can we have a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, this item is referred to the next meeting of the ALRC. Thank you very much. May 15th? May 20th.
I'll send you another email like I did before the meeting. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Okay, moving along, so unless I am incorrect, we are at change of licensing conditions for number 11, which is Two Pinners LLC, doing business as Chibba Hut. Agent Heather Hoon. Do we have any registrants for this item?
Yes, Carlos Politano. Yes, sir. And you can come.
Come right on up.
Heather Hune is on Zoom as well, I think.
Okay.
I don't see her registration, so I don't know if she's actually in.
She just texted me. She can hear you.
She may be only able to hear, but I don't know if she'll be able to talk to us if she doesn't register.
Okay.
Okay. Carlos, if you can just let us know why you're here tonight and what you're trying to do over there.
Yes, ma'am. I'm the operator for the Hune family.
Okay.
I operate all 4 locations that we have. in the state of Wisconsin. And we had a change back last year in June, reducing the hours of liquor service from on Friday and Saturday from 2 a.m. to midnight. And we're requesting that to be reinstated back because we met all the conditions that were asked of us, meaning that we began using a scanner security every Friday and Saturday night, and we shut down our bar at midnight every Friday and Saturday night since. And we kept also the occupancy number under the 75 indoor, including staff, and 16 outdoor. And we have not had, that I'm aware, any incidents that require law enforcement, with the exception of a few times that we have called for support because we had unruly customers in. We only sell about 9% of our business is alcohol versus 91% food. Since last year to now, we have lost about almost 15% of our business because of closing earlier on Friday and Saturday night. And this year, year over year, we're down about 41% in alcohol sales. So it's a pretty big number for us to be incurring. So we were asking the City of Madison and the Liquor Board to allow us to return. And we will continue to manage, the same way we have since June of last year, I believe, with security overnight, starting at 8 p.m. every Friday, Saturday night. We have a scanner that scans everyone's IDs. We use a wristband for anyone that's 21 years or older to be able to purchase alcohol. And, we have, I think, done a pretty good job avoiding, underage drinking. So,
Carlos, what scanner are you using? What's
gosh, I can take a look at it and I'll tell you. I don't know exactly.
why you're what?
Petroscan.
Okay.
Yes.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get further into this, I just wanted to confirm with the speaker, are you an owner of the business?
I am the operator. I run the business for the owners. Heather Hune is online. Her mother passed away 2 days ago, and she could not make it to the meeting today because of that.
Are you a liquor beer agent for the business?
Not as right now. The plan is for me to become an agent into it, but I haven't done the paperwork yet to do so. I joined the Hunes last year, December 2024.
Okay, so I'm sorry to hear about the owner's loss. Unfortunately, we only really should be hearing from the liquor beer agent or the owners on this.
She's raising her hand on the screen right now. I think.
Here we go.
Yeah, she's sending a message. I saw that, Heather Hune. Let me see here.
It looks like, Heather, you can talk if you go off mute.
Oh, okay.
They've recognized.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
Heather is here. Okay, thank you.
Yes. And Carlos is our main operator, and I really apologize. My intention was to be there, but we had a viewing about 30 minutes ago, so I could not be there. But the things that Carlos stated is very accurate. We have worked hard to not only be a good consistent business people in the community. We have changed our management as well, and that change, as well as being vigilant, utilizing the different tools, have I believe really added to the safety of and being responsible liquor and food dealers. So I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Committee, do we have any questions for the applicants? And Heather, have you guys talked to the alder of the district, the police captain, or the neighborhood about any of these changes at all?
I honestly have not gone and had talked to any of them. I did contact the police in the regards to that we had a change in security and things like that, and asked for some advice on some things, but I did not contact them again otherwise.
Okay.
They also came and did a training with us at the end of last year,
Yes.
the police department,
Okay.
with our management.
Alder Cole.
I have questions for staff when that time comes up.
Committee, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Alder Revere, I'm so sorry. Too many screens.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Hello, welcome back, and obviously our sympathies to you, Heather, for your loss. The application is a little confusing. I think it was summarized accurately by the city clerk's office on our agenda, what you're asking for, but because there are so many conditions on your current license that we imposed a year ago, given the issues you were having there, I think it might be easiest, at least for me personally, to understand what conditions you're seeking to have amended. If I could just go through them one by one with one or both of you.
Absolutely.
Whoever wants to answer, thank you. So you have 5 conditions on your current license. Condition number 1, I believe, is in no dispute whatsoever, but just to go through these each individually. Condition 1 is the establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant under Madison General Ordinance 38.02 at all times. You're not asking for a change in that, correct?
No.
And then the one where I think you clearly are is, the big one is condition number 2, alcohol sales shall cease by midnight. And so if I understand your written application, so I'll just read it and you can let me know if I'm understanding correctly. You would like us to amend that to say that alcohol sales, you have opening times here, but we really don't get into opening times on our conditions, so I'll skip the morning times. Alcohol sales, I guess, you're proposing shall cease Sunday through Wednesday evening at midnight, correct?
Correct.
And Thursday through Saturday at 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then, let me move to condition number 3 in your current license. Quote, private security shall be utilized on Friday and Saturday from 10 p.m. until close. Private security shall be trained to and shall screen patrons for weapons. What, if anything, are you seeking relief on that condition, please?
No, we're not.
We're not.
Okay, so
We'll continue doing
the firm, and by the way, what firm are you currently employing? What security firm?
So we had a security firm. We actually have had 2 separate ones. And since then, I had contacted the police department to ask for other security firms in the area to get some recommendations. They stated that many of the businesses employ their own. We currently have we currently have employees that are NSC certified and are currently using our own security.
So you ceased using a third-party vendor for private security when? How long has this been?
Carlos?
I would say towards the end of the last year, we had very unreliable security companies not coming to work and showing up. So we had to take the step of training and certifying 2 of our current employees that do security on Fridays and Saturday nights. And we're having a 3rd one right now being certified.
Okay, so it sounds like you're just my interpretation based on your testimony, you're in violation technically of condition number 3, because I don't think an employee would be, a reasonable person would say is private security. But, so I think we'll need to revisit how you want that condition perhaps revised tonight or in the, coming back if, since it's not on, I don't believe it was on your application for this evening. That part about weapon screening, though, are your employees?
They're trained.
You have wands and they are weapon screening. Thank you for that. Okay, then moving on to condition number 4, establishment shall require patrons to show ID at each alcohol purchase. I presume no problem
100%.
with that one. And then lastly, condition number 5, establishment shall check patron ID upon entrance to the establishment and utilize a, this is cut off, utilize a company, I think it means, a software system ID scanner on Friday and Saturday from 10 p.m. to close, and will issue a wristband to those 21 years of age or older. So you've already testified you're using patron scan. Were you seeking that change to that condition number 5 at all?
No, that will
No,
continue.
actually, that will be staying on.
And that will continue also throughout every single day of the week using the Patriot Scan, regardless of the day or the time.
Okay, so I was a little confused because on your application, it speaks to patron scan IDs and wristbands. And
Yeah, I guess
And-
I must have not written it out clearly enough. It does, we want to continue to use it. It's a great resource.
Okay, very good, great. So on our agenda, for example, it's worded as which days ID checking software and wristbands will be utilized. You are not asking for any change on that tonight at all?
No,
Okay, thank you. So to summarize, the only issue, which obviously is the big one I can understand to your bottom line, is when alcohol sales shall cease, condition number 2, and then condition number 3, the issue of private security, correct?
correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll yield because I think we're all anxious to hear from Captain Hartman on the Madison Police Department position on this. Thank you.
So we'll go to Alder Cole first, and then we'll go to Captain Hartman.
Yes, I wanted to understand from the captain since August last year, so it hasn't really quite been a year. How is there any improvement on service calls and behavior on the bar? If you can give an overview about that. And thank you, Alder Riviere, for going line by line in the conditions. I really appreciate it.
Captain Hartman.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have seen a decrease in calls for service with the measures that were put into place. So we did see a very positive result from that. Both having security there, utilizing the patron scan. Obviously, there has been calls from time to time, but not to the extent of what we were seeing and the issues that we were having prior to those being put in place. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but in speaking with my night shift supervisors, they said that, again, significant improvements, less of a problem. They don't feel like they have to pre-stage there, believing that something will happen. So several of these measures are what is needed in the downtown area and for a place like this.
Okay, Alder Cole.
And before I turn it back over, I will say to the Chiba Hut staff, owners have been good to work with. They have been very communicative with our officers as well as those that have provided the training and recommendations. So it is a good positive relationship that we have.
Thank you.
So, another one more question. Are you from your perspective okay with the changes that they're asking, or I'm a little bit concerned about dropping the security part of it? Is that of concern to you, for example, on that particular condition?
Being so soon, I would be concerned to drop things like the security measures. It might be possible to roll back some things, but the patron scan, the security, checking for weapons, it's really setting a precedence that kind of behavior is not going to be tolerated at an establishment like this. And knowing that we have had issues in the past, I am a little leery to make significant changes. But we might be getting closer to wanting to have those conversations.
So if I were to consider extending the hours but keeping the security, would that be a good compromise?
It could be a good compromise. I don't know. Again, that 2 a.m. mark, if that's what we want to go to, if you want to roll it back just to the 1 a.m. or something along those lines, that might be better. It's something that obviously you're allowed to do, but again, we really got rid of a lot of the issues putting these things in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I just reaffirm that we are not planning on stopping on the security at all. We went from the private security to internal security, but we put the 2 employees through the training to be able to continue that process. And being myself there over a weekend a couple times, I realized how important that was to have. And I'm 100% with the captain where, we do not want to roll that back at all whatsoever. We want to maintain that.
Thank you. Alder Revere.
Thank you. So back to you, Captain Hartman, please. So I just want to understand, I'm hearing and I'm sorry to put you on the spot and representing your whole department here. So could you just repeat for us again, please? So the condition number 2 currently reads alcohol sales shall cease by midnight. Are you saying that you are comfortable if we relax that by an hour? So to simplify things, instead of different days of the week and so forth, simply perhaps tonight allowing the additional hour and saying alcohol sales shall cease by 1 a.m., or did I mishear you?
No, I think you heard me correctly. Looking at, again, the issues kind of going all summer. We put the conditions in kind of towards the end, and now we're kind of coming back into the summer months again. So going straight back to a 2 a.m., we could see the exact same issues as last summer. But again, maybe if you rolled it back by an hour, that might be something to try in this. Going straight back to the 2 a.m. to me, I feel like that could set us up for problems. Again, the other measures in place are having a significant impact, the security, the patron scan. So I do like seeing those holding the capacity levels to what they are established at. All great things. And so maybe the hours we could start to look at, but I am, again, a little bit leery going into the summer months of going straight back to a 2 a.m.
Thank you. And then again, the only other condition that they're seeking, well, maybe they weren't seeking relief in writing, but tonight shared that they're not obviously utilizing private security. And apparently in December, I think the testimony was that they spoke with you or one of your lieutenants or sergeants expressing some comfort level from MPD Central District that it's okay if employees actually do the wanding and that they drop third-party vendor private security firm. How do you feel about that condition being amended to allowing employees to do the weapon screening but still requiring the weapon screening? Or do you believe that they should go back to hiring private security?
I think if we have, I can understand that they're going to run into some issues with the private security. And if they do have their own employees that we could work with them to properly train, I would just hate to see a lapse in their in the safety measures because we do know weapons are being brought in there and into the downtown area. Again, in speaking with my Central CPT sergeant, they've already recovered more guns at the start of this year than in previous years. So we do know weapons are being brought into the downtown area, into the entertainment zone area. So I would hate to see a lapse in that kind of security. So if we're going to go back on that third party security, I would definitely want to see training provided to employees other than just handing them the tool and asking them to do the job. So again, selecting who it's going to be, it's their sole job, their sole responsibility for it. And then again, receiving that training.
Out of curiosity.
to be very clear, we do put them through a security training, but specifics weapons training, I have no problem having them do or what have you. I just would need to know where they can get that training as well.
Captain, out of curiosity, do you recall a conversation with any Chiba Hut representatives since they were before us last May? Well, I know you were here then for the audit results, but when we imposed these conditions was last May, asking for relief on condition number 3 relating to dropping private security?
I don't recall it off the top of my head, no.
It was not a phone call. There was an email that I had sent. I don't know if it was directly to you. I could find it and provide who it was to. It was in specific asking for recommendations for a third party because we were having a very hard time finding ones that to fulfill that role, because there's a lot of security companies that will not do restaurants or bars. And that's when they had, and I don't have it in front of me, but I could find it if you need me to. But stating that many companies do their own security.
Thank you, Heather. So maybe I misunderstood earlier. You're not saying that someone from the police department told you you don't need private security. You were asking for advice on which firms they might recommend.
Yes.
Okay.
And because we were struggling to find some good security, we had 2 separate companies. One that he was under investigation, and we broke our contract with him due to that. And then the other one
Did not show up.
did not show up. And yeah. I don't know, Carlos, if you want to add to that.
Oh, that was it. I mean, one was being investigated, actually was arrested and charged with a felony. He was the owner of the company, CEO and of a private company that we had hired, and we didn't feel comfortable with that. And then, so we terminated the contract with him. We hired another company. He came in, did a great job for quite some time, and then all of a sudden, he didn't show up. He had his wife contact us. I guess he was in jail. And the next thing we know, we were without any security. So we had to try to find new security. I call personally probably about 10 different security companies, and most of them do not do the type of security that we were looking for on a Friday and Saturday night for establishment like us. So that's when we had to make a decision as to train a couple of our employees that we believe that were imposing figures to be in our shop. And these things only happen usually on a Friday, Saturday night because of the mix of young adults coming through in and out, because we are a sub shop. We sell 90% of our business is food. So that mixed between all of that was not a very good one to have. So we know we had a problem. We put every effort in steps in a way in order to solve that issue. And if we can get any more other recommendations from the captain of any other security companies, would gladly look into it as well and continue to hire a third party, but we haven't been successful doing so.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses. Chair, if it's in order, could I ask our legal counsel a question at this point?
Sure.
Thank you. Attorney McReynolds, do you have any advice for us on if we should even continue the conversation about condition number 3, considering it's not part of their application for change of conditions? Or should we recommend that if they do want relief or amendment to condition number 3 relating to private security, that they file a new application for a change of condition and come back and in the interim work with the MPD to come to an understanding on that requirement, which is, of course, the law as we speak. Right. It's still a licensed condition.
Right. Yeah, I do think that it would be better to have a complete and accurate application because of the way it's noticed in the agenda. It doesn't say anything about ceasing private security, and that's not in their application at all. So, frankly, it seems like they just stopped following one of the conditions that this committee placed on them without, I guess, realizing that they needed to ask for a change in that condition. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Yeah, I was worried that I was opened a can of worms and getting into public notice requirements and open meetings law. So anyway, with that said, I'll thank you for your advice there, and I'll yield, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicants? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question for the applicants, just because I'm curious. Would you say that the conditions have helped solve the problems that you had prior to the conditions?
Absolutely.
So I will speak to that. I will also speak to the fact that there, due to the change in management, has also definitely helped because of because there's more consistent management of employees and all of that kind of thing too. So that also, but all of the patron scan, having the security, those items definitely have definitely helped.
Okay. So I think my curiosity is if this has helped, in particular, I think the biggest thing that you're asking to change is the hours. Since you are a restaurant and most of your sales are food, why are you asking for this change when it could go back to causing further problems for you?
So and I'll let Carlos kind of add to this, but yes, we do have alcohol sales. We also have food sales. There is a great reduction in our food sales with being with the bar closing. Carlos, I don't know if you want to add in on that.
I think, with all the actions that we've taken since going through this process last year, I think we are setting the stage for a very responsible way of serving alcohol and maintaining, all of our shops around the country from San Diego to Jacksonville. We close at 2 a.m. on the weekends. And even though it's only less than 10% of our overall sales, it adds to our food sales as well. So we're losing on both. Like I mentioned earlier, year to date right now, this is the only shop that I have that is actually negative, double digits, when my locations in Milwaukee are double digits growth versus last year in overall sales. So it's a whole impact on the business. And that's why we're asking to go back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Carlos, if you want to have a seat.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll move
Thank
on to committee. Are there any questions for staff? We've kind of already covered some with attorney and captain, but are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none. Committee, what would you like to do? Alder Revere, before I recognize you, I just have one question. Is this in the zone where we would put, no, we can't because it's a restaurant, the In-N-Out after 1:30 restriction? In that zone? Okay, Alder Revere.
We have, okay. Yeah, thank you, Chair. To answer your question, typically it's only been taverns
Taverns.
in this geographic area that we have the condition of no entry or re-entry after 1:30 in the morning. But I don't see why we couldn't add it to this as well, even though they're a bona fide restaurant. Anyway, in terms of what I would recommend we do tonight, I'm of mixed emotions. On the one hand, I believe that the license holder will likely come back next month in any event asking for an amendment to condition 3 relating to private security. So on one hand, I'm inclined to just move referral to next month's meeting and allow them to amend their application as it relates to the private security. And then we can discuss closing times there. On the other hand, I suppose we could grant relief to condition number 2, since it is properly noticed, and provide them perhaps an additional hour of bar time, so to speak, tonight and not wait another month. But those are, I guess, that's my thought. I haven't really decided how I feel about either course, so I'm wondering if anyone else wishes to weigh in and suggest either referral of this to next month to allow them to work on the private security question, or grant them some relief tonight and still have them come back at some point, perhaps. Thanks.
Committee, what would you like to do? Alder Cole.
Kind of unclear to me if they're going to come back next month for the other condition. So, yeah, I mean, I could go either way, but I do want, I want to discuss that condition about security. So I guess maybe my question will be for someone, maybe an attorney, attorney Reynolds. If we extend the hour today, we address that condition today, and they don't come back to discuss to request a change to their security, do we have them purview to revoke a license because they already, declare that they're not following the condition that we imposed on them before?
I mean, yeah, I mean, they've admitted to not following one of the conditions on their license. So, yeah, I mean, I think it would be up to the city prosecutor if she wants to pursue that. But it is now quite known that, that's what's happening. So I would hope they would come back to have their license, ask for their license to be changed so that they can be in compliance. But you're right. I mean, if they get the hours extended today and they don't come back, they're simply not in compliance with their conditions.
Okay. Well, the Revere, I will support either way on this one. So, because we have options.
Thank you. Ms. Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should consider these things in concert. So my inclination is that we refer this to next meeting, and then we look at adjusting their hours and the consideration of the, amended application for a change to what they want to do for security together, and not make the change tonight.
Is that a motion?
Hours. Sure. I will move that we refer this item to next month's ALRC meeting to consider an amended application.
And we have a second by Alder Revere. Any discussions around this? Seeing none, any objections to referring this to the next meeting of the ALRC, so the applicant can come back with an amended application around hours and security? Seeing no discussion, any objections? Seeing none, this is referred to the next meeting of the ALRC, which is May 20th? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Next up, we move into the 21-plus entertainment licenses. First up is La Pepe Incorporated doing business as Tex Tubbs Taco Palace, agent Alorando Montes. Do we have any registrants for this one? Jim?
Yeah, we have Peyton Opperman is registered in support of this application.
Okay, and they're on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. Peyton, if you could introduce yourself, let us know what your relationship is to the business and what you're trying to do with the 21-plus entertainment license.
All right. Well, hello. My name is Peyton Opperman. I'm the general manager at Tex Tubbs Taco Palace. I've been here for 10 years. I just was promoted to be the general manager a couple months ago, but I have been here for a very long time. So what we are trying to do with the entertainment license is I am trying to bring in more like monthly live music events inside of our restaurant, so we can have more, events going on that help bring more people in to have entertainment as well as food. So our main priority is to do live music in our restaurants, hopefully once a month going forward. We also are interested in starting a bingo night going on. So just having the entertainment license for that. And then we also are previously, before the pandemic, in like the 6 years before 2020, we were doing an event in our parking lot that was called Atwood City Limits. And we are hoping to bring that back as well this year in October. So that would be like a parking lot party, I guess, where we have a stage out there and then multiple bands. And then we sell tacos and margaritas and walking tacos and all that stuff. And then we have a place for people to sit and dance and all that stuff. So mainly hoping to bring some more events to our restaurant.
Jim?
I just want to clarify something. So even though Peyton's not listed as the agent on this item, Peyton was on item 6 with the committee already given recommendation to grant. So as the new liquor beer agent for that. So I just wanted to clarify that for the committee before we ask about her authority to appear before the committee.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see, Alder Cole.
Thank you. So, can you clarify, you said something, did you actually say that you want to do entertainment once a month?
I mean, we're hoping to. I would like to do a bingo night once a month. The live music, we're obviously needing to make sure that that's in align with our budget. So it's going to be depending on how much the music costs. I'm not saying we're doing live music once a month, but I would like to bring it in, as a regular thing. The bingo night would be once a month, yes.
Oh, okay, got it. So, you don't need a license for that. You just
Okay.
need it. And then did you have any kind of music there today? Do you have DJ karaoke or anything like that?
Nope. We play music through a service that we pay for, like a restaurant music service that we pay for. But we only listen to music that way.
Okay. And then with regards to outside entertainment, is this part of this application, or do you understand that you have to go to a different venue for that?
Yeah, I'm all of the staff that works in the food fight office. They are making sure that we are going through every single hoop so that this is very legal and all that stuff. So I'm not 100% sure of all the things that I have to do, but I know that all of the rest of my team is very much making sure that this is, we're getting this license and everything so that there's no hiccups in the future.
Okay, exactly. Here we're going to be able to discuss the indoor licensing.
Okay. Yeah. So then this would be just indoor license. And then for our event outside, then we would definitely go through more channels to make sure that that's okay. We're very much in the beginning stages of planning that. So it's not concrete at all.
And I'm sorry, I don't have the application in front of me. What is the capacity for these? What is the max capacity approved for this location?
I'd have to run upstairs and look.
That's okay. I'll look it up while somebody else asks a question. That's
Sorry
fine.
about that.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
So you're looking at doing the entertainment in the, like, the bar area by the window?
Yep.
Okay. It's a very small area.
Yes, it is. So we would definitely we would move a couple tables out of the way, and it would be a smaller crowd of people that can even view the music. But we're hoping that it could be a good little room to have some dancing in. Of course, with limitations of how many people can be in there.
Committee, are there any other questions for the applicant? Alder Cole.
I guess I asked the question. So did you have the communication with the elder and the neighborhood association and the rest of the community?
Did we have a meeting?
Yeah, did you met with them? Yes.
I'm not sure if we met with them. We did hold a public meeting at the restaurant where we had a sign in our window saying that people could come and ask questions.
For the liquor license or also for the entertainment license?
It was for the entertainment license.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Committee, are there any other questions for the applicant? See none. Are there any questions for staff? See none. What is your pleasure? What would you guys like to do? Alder Revere has moved granting the application. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Clemens. Any discussion? Any objections?
I'm sorry, I have a
Roll call.
discussion. I need a moment here, or maybe the clerk can help me. Do we have any conditions on these, on the license? Such as hour operations and things like that?
I
Jim?
don't know if she can hear me.
Yeah.
I have it, I can answer for the deputy city clerk. I have the license in front of me, Alder Figueroa Cole, and there are no conditions on the current license.
What, so they can operate until what time then? Oh, they can sell alcohol until what time?
They're a bona fide restaurant, so they could be open 24/7 and alcohol until statutory bar time.
Which is again?
What's bar time? 2 a.m. weekdays, 2:30 a.m. weekends. But I know they're never open that late as a patron there.
Okay.
If the registrant is still with us, I suppose we could ask their hours of operation.
Yeah, what are your hours of operation? I mean, I'm only hesitant because again, you haven't done this before and it seems like there's a lot of planning going on. And I don't want to set you up for failure. So, and I'm a little bit concerned about the communication to the area. So can you tell me what are your regular hours of operations, please?
I don't think,
Oh, did she?
oh, do I have this one? Okay. Allowed to talk. Oh, there we go. Let's try this.
Okay.
Okay,
Can you
perfect.
now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, so we open every day at 11 a.m. and then Sunday through Thursdays we close at 9 p.m. and Fridays and Saturdays we close at 10 p.m.
And you plan on keeping that schedule when you have entertainment?
Oh yeah, we have no plans of changing our hours of operation.
Um,
We don't, I feel like we're part more of a neighborhood restaurant. So that late in the night, we just aren't busy enough to stay open.
So will you mind if I put a condition to close at 10 or 11, whatever or to end the entertainment by 10 or 11?
I mean, I don't mind because that's our general hours of operation and I don't plan on opening any later. So I'm totally fine with that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Alder Rivera, do you mind making that amendment to your motion, or do I have to restate a new motion to put that condition?
I'd prefer you do it.
Okay, so I'm moving amendment to your motion for entertainment to end by I'm gonna just put a buffer there by 10:30 every night.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So that's my motion. If someone can second that or want to second that.
I don't object to including it as the main motion, although I'm not a fan of it. I don't think it's necessary, to be honest, but I won't object to adding the condition that entertainment shall cease by 10:30 PM.
Thank you.
Does the seconder not object?
Thank you, Chair. The amended motion is fine with me as well. My second is still seconded.
So we have a motion on the floor with a condition, a second on that. It was considered friendly. Any discussion on that? I'm going to take privilege and say I will vote for this because the applicant is fine with it, but I don't feel that there is any need to put any conditions on this whatsoever. I think that's just over regulation at this point for this because their hours have been standard for 20 years now. So that's where I'm at with that. But that's my opinion, but I will be fine with this going forward. Are there any other discussion for this?
To clarify, was it entertainment shall cease at 10 PM daily? Yeah,
By, not at.
by 10 PM.
Was it 10 or 10:30?
It's 10:30.
10:30, okay.
There is a buffer.
Correct.
Alder Cole, any discussion? Okay, hands out. Any other discussion? Seeing none, any objections? Seeing none, this item passes. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Up next, we've got a 21-plus entertainment license for Sami Azizi at LLC doing business as Zuzu Cafe at 1336 Drake Street with agent Robert Shapiro. Jim, do we have any registrants for this item?
Yeah, I have a Catherine Zierbell is registered in support of this item and in person.
Okay.
I did post it, yep.
Yep.
I did.
That's fine. So Jim, if you could just go over, since we have people who want to testify for this one, just what our limits are. 3 minute, you're going to start the timer.
Yep.
You have 3 minutes?
And I'm really, I'm a co-owner.
Okay.
I don't have much to say. I just wanted to say, we already have a full alcohol license, but I organize the events for the cafe, and when we live in the neighborhood, it's our neighborhood cafe. When neighbors say, we want to do something, we hop to. We like to do neighborhood events together. So we had some neighbors who have been doing swing dancing, and they said, can we do a couple swing dances at Zuzu? And I was like, sure, but I think we have to do something with this city. So that's how we find ourselves here. They have a teacher who is from Jumptown Jumptown Swing, anyway, who would come in and do like 45 minutes teaching, and then we'd dance. We close at 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the winters, but 8 o'clock in the summers. So Bobby's making little notes. What's it? Yeah, for special events, sometimes 9, but mostly those are hours, and Sundays 5. So that's why we're here.
Okay. Normally, I would go through and ask if you've talked to the Alder, the police district captain in the neighborhood.
We did.
But I have in the file, we see that Alder Ivers has given it the green light. The neighborhood has come out in support. My other question is, have you talked to the police captain of the
Yes,
district around this? Thank you.
He seemed to think it was a good idea.
And we've got the Alder on camera right now. Anyone have any questions for the applicant? Alder Revere.
Thank you. Welcome back. Obviously, as our chair just stated, see overwhelming support in writing in our packet here. There is, at least one in opposition that I think you're aware of, and he expresses concerns about existing noise outdoors. Have you read the letter?
I did.
From your
read the
neighbor
letter.
two doors
He had
down?
never talked to me. I think he might have been, we did have we have a jazz jam, which is it's just little. It's a neighborhood jam on Thursdays. And we did have a trumpeter come for a while last summer who was super loud. So he's only allowed back if he has a mute on his horn now. It could be that, but he's never talked to me. And I kind of feel like maybe I'll buttonhole him next time I see him, because I always say hi to him. He never says hi to anybody. So I'm just like, I don't know how to address that, but I'll have to now that I know that he's not happy about it.
So you obviously have read the correspondence.
Yeah,
and
read
you
it.
and you
I was
see
amazed.
his only concern is Thursdays.
Yeah.
Until but you say that the acoustic music
It's
is no longer taking place in any event, or
No, it does. I mean, we.
what still does?
No, we do. It's just an open jazz jam, but it's very, people, like, it's only a few people play at a time because it's jazz, so everybody wants to do a little solo. So that's what it
And it's acoustic, right?
Yeah.
You
Well,
don't-
I have to
you're-
say,
you're
when
not
we have-
asking
when
for
we
the
have- I have to say that when we have a string bass, they have their own little amp. And we have an electric piano, which we use sometimes, and that has an amp, but there's no general sound. Because if you have an electric piano, it makes no sound unless you have a little amp. So we do have that, but it's not, you have to for that.
And how do I put it? Under our zoning code, not our jurisdiction here per se at the ALRC, but under the zoning code, you need a conditional use permit from the city for outdoor amplification. If you're a food and beverage,
General amplification.
you do have amplified music outside, it sounds like. Are you aware that you need that conditional use permit?
Well, I thought it was if you had like an actual, like an amp, like that projects the music, but you have a string bass, you have no sound without it. As well, you'd have a little sound, so maybe we're not in compliance?
Yeah, I don't know. You might want to check with zoning is all I'm saying. Again, it's not our jurisdiction here.
Zoning, actually, they haven't called me back. Called them.
Oh, you have tried to make an inquiry with zoning and they haven't responded? Well, you're wonderful, Alder, who's with us tonight virtually. He can help you with that, I know. So, yeah.
And I thought, okay, maybe it doesn't count, okay.
I just want to make you aware. Well, number one, aware of first and foremost, the concern by a neighbor. And you obviously are aware of that and the sensibilities of again, Thursday evening or afternoon, music outside. And want to make sure that you're in compliance with that under the zoning code was my second issue.
Yeah,
So,
right. No, I agree with
so I appreciate that you've already tried to make sure that you're in compliance on that front too. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Alder Cole.
I do have the same line of questions than the prior applicant. So, in addition to what Alder Revere was asking, I just want to clarify, is this for indoor music that you're asking for an entertainment license, or are you planning to do this out in your patio?
Well, that was actually something I wanted to ask when I called the city to ask them how to deal with this. But they didn't get back to me, so I don't actually have a good answer until if they do get back to me. I guess.
Yeah, so for us, we only have purview to inside the building.
That's what I was just hearing.
Yes. Okay, just want to clarify. I don't know if what you had going on right now, but in regularly, but for this entertainment license, we only can help you for inside the facility. And then, what are your hours of operations again?
We're closed on Mondays, Tuesdays through Saturdays. We're open 7 in the winter, 8 o'clock in the summer. And Sundays we're open from 8:30 till 5. Right, yeah, we close it. What did I just say? Okay. So 8 until 7 or 8 until 8, except for Sundays, we close at 5.
Okay, so the latest you're open is at 8 o'clock at night, even when you have special events?
Well, so Bobby would like to for special events, 9 o'clock. Like we had a benefit, every once in a while we've stayed open for neighborhood events.
Okay. Do you have a liquor license currently?
We already had one.
Do you have any conditions on the liquor license? Do you know?
We don't know.
Okay.
We originally self-limited for beer and wine when we originally asked for it because we didn't think.
Ma'am, can you speak on the microphone? It's hard for me to hear
we
you.
originally, we've been open almost minus a month, 21 years. And so when we first asked for a license, we self-limited. We asked for just beer and wine because we didn't want it to be a bar because we wanted it to be a neighborhood cafe. But then the neighbors were like, why don't you have a full license? And so maybe, I'm not sure how long ago, 7 or 8 years ago or 10 years ago, we asked to make it a full license.
Okay.
So that's,
All right.
we've never had problems with people being drunk so far. I mean, it's just not the right place. It's a neighborhood.
Yeah, I've been at your place. I really like it, so I get it. Thank you.
Alder, if I can answer your questions, there's 4 conditions in license. No sale of single can or bottles of beer or fermented malt beverage. No sale of fortified wines, display of beer and wine. Is this right? No display of beer and wines will be limited to 4 doors of current cooler. And number 4, no consumption of alcohol at sidewalk cafe after 9 p.m.
So there were, I don't know.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Alder Cole, did you have anything? Your hand's still up. Thank you. Okay, I think we are good with you guys for right now. Is there any questions for staff? If you want to have a seat so you don't have to stand up there the whole time. Are there any questions for staff? See none. Is there any discussion on this item? Oh, okay. I don't see. So, Alder, if you would like to speak, you are being recognized. Let's see if we can.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. As has been indicated in a couple of the letters in support, Zuzu's is a cultural hub for Greenbush. And I think it's really critical that, yes, of course, it's necessary that our rules be, the city's rules regarding amplified sound indoors, getting an entertainment license. And I do think there is some confusion that I can help the owners figure out how to move forward for outdoor events. Alder Verveer is correct about the need to get a conditional use permit, and that requires going to Plan Commission. I don't think there'll be any objection. It will mean that the neighborhood will get a chance to weigh in once again on that. But those are the rules, and I'm glad to help this cherished business, much beloved business. As I said, it's the cultural hub of Greenbush, and not just Greenbush, but many folks in District 13 and throughout the city. really, really love Zuzu's, so I'm glad to offer my support.
Excellent, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, committee, what would you like to do? Oh, thank you. Who's got their hand up? Oh, well, Ms. Clemens, we'll go with you first, and then we'll go to Alder Cole. I can't hit buttons today.
I believe Alder Cole had her hand up first, but I bet we're doing the same thing, but I'll defer to Alder Cole.
Thank you. I will make a motion to recommend to grant the license with the condition to cease music by the same time as it is already on their liquor license, which I believe is 9:00. Whatever the term you used before, by, at, whatever was it, the preposition that you guys used. And and then I can comment once I get a second. I can make a statement.
Okay. Alder Rivera seconds.
Okay, so again, as you know, guys, I have been working for quite a few months, probably a year plus now, on processes for improved processes for this committee, and it really is extremely important for me for us to really make efforts to remove as much biases and I forgot, I can't come up with the word that I'm trying to use right now, but just have some, I'm not saying like 100% predictability, but just have some common processes in place. And so applying conditions for entertainment licenses, for example, here, that is centered on the times of operations or the time that, limiting the times for entertainment, I don't think that's a stretch. It doesn't matter how long the place is open and how great the place is. It just sets people, it creates a clear understanding of what we're asking for. So the reason why I will continue to ensure, especially on the entertainment licenses, that we have an ending time is not because I want to micromanage these situations, but again, I don't want to set people up for failure. They will have a license on the wall. They can show the patrons. We have to end the music by 9. We can, that's what the law requires. They have a way out on that if that was a need. And for people that this is new for them, it just creates it just gives them some guidelines that they can use to build on their business plans. So I'm not putting conditions for joy here or try to be micromanaged. I'm just trying to be as equitable as possible. I like to see that apply those to everybody, regardless of who comes to the floor. If someone comes in and is experienced on this, that's a different question. But these two applicants, these are new applications, and that's why I'm putting the time on it. Thank you.
Any other discussions or questions for staff? Seeing none, so we have a motion and a second. Seeing no discussions, are there any objections for approval? Seeing none, this item passes. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. So where are we? Okay, now we're moving on to new licenses. Public hearing for Metz Catering PA LLC, doing business as not available. 1000 Edgewood Drive, Michael DeLacy. Here, do we have any registrants for this item?
We do, hold on. We do have a registrant for item
14?
Actually, we have multiple registrants. We have We have Steve Montalone, who is registered in support. We have Brian Buffalino, who is registered in support. David Campbell in support, and Michael Delisile is registered in support. And I believe they're all from Mets Catering.
Okay. And is Michael here to discuss this or in Zoom? Oh, there he is. Okay, we've got
Brian.
Brian?
And David.
And David. Okay, Brian and David, if you could just let us know a little bit what your guys are going to be doing with this license, that would be great. And if you could let us know if you've talked to the alder, the police chief of and the neighborhood association.
Yeah, this is Brian Buffalino. Really, this is a reorganization, like an internal reorganization of the holding of the licenses, because Mets Catering is an affiliate of the existing license holder, Consolidated, and it's a license simply to be able to provide catering on an as-needed basis for the university. So it's not continuous service or any set hours of service. It's as needed and tends to be sporadic, again, for events as needed by the university. So we have tried to reorganize our licenses as a company in general so that we hold them in one entity. It helps for compliance issues, insurance issues. And so that's really what this is that there's no intended change from how it's operated under the current license, and the restrictions that exist on the current license would be one that we would be more than happy to have continue for the license under Mets Catering. We did have an information session. I believe it was on March 17th, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Committee, are there any questions for the applicants? Alder Evers.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any questions for the applicant, but I want to affirm that the applicant did reach out to me, and I put the applicant in touch with the president of the Dungeon Road Neighborhood Association, who I understand attended, and perhaps somebody else from DMNA, their public meeting. And what I think that the president of DMNA was most interested in the neighborhood was that the conditions on the existing license would be maintained. And the applicant agreed to that. And so the neighborhood, I think, has no objection to this.
Okay, thank you. Jim, for our record, can you just read off the current conditions?
Just give me a moment.
Okay, while you're looking that up, Ms. Clements.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Buffalino, you mentioned sporadic need from the university. Can you just approximate like how often this license is utilized for events?
Yeah, this is David Campbell.
Oh, sorry.
Working inside with the operations team there. On average, there's probably about a dozen times a year. There may be a mimosa brunch around graduation time. Hall of Fame banquet for athletics, but it isn't very often. It's very minor in what we do inside our operation at the university.
So there are two conditions. Number one, no amplified music to accompany outdoor service of alcohol beverages. And number two, outdoor service shall cease at 9 p.m. on Monday through Thursday.
No other questions from me right now. Thanks.
Alder Revere.
Yep, thank you. Just very quickly for anybody on the applicant team, for our records, in your application, you left blank or the doing business as name. And I noticed that you use consolidated on your current license. Would you have any objection to us using Edgewood University as your DBA name, just to make it easier for the public to access the license and so forth? I know Edgewood changed their name last year from college to university. But do you have any objection to us amending your application and saying your DBA is Edgewood University?
My only concern with it would be that, obviously that's the name of the university, not us. We're a vendor for the university. And so it wasn't something that we've, having just heard this now, we haven't discussed that with the university. And my only concern would be giving people the impression as though it's the university's license, as opposed to ours. But, I'm open to discussion on it. I just give you my off-the-cuff reaction to it.
Okay, so instead we should just say Metz Catering? I mean, I don't feel strongly about it. I think for our records, our computer system, so forth, we always have pretty much a trade name or doing business as name.
Yeah, Metz Catering.
As I said, it's currently consolidated.
Yeah, Metz Catering is fine.
Okay, thank you. So Jim, you'll amend the application to include that and then register it too, please. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Let's see. Are there, any other? Alder Cole.
I just want to confirm, so to the applicant, were you able to connect with the MPD captain for the area? The police department?
If Steve's participating, can you confirm that?
I don't believe there's a Steve in the Zoom.
Oh, I thought you had mentioned Steve.
Steven registered, but we don't see anyone in Zoom. We see either Brian or David are the only two people in Zoom.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if that's happened yet.
Okay, thank you. Alder Evers may want to answer my question, looks like.
Alder Evers?
Yeah, give me a second. On March 30th of this year, Midtown Captain Shannon Blackamore responded, "Greetings, no objections from Midtown District at this time," in response to Jim Burbick sending out the notice of the application that was for consideration at the April ALRC meeting. So the captain, it's my understanding, looked into this, had some kind of contact with the applicant, I'm not sure who, but indicated no objections. Again, this is a continuation of a current license in a current situation. It's not a new business. It's to provide limited service to the university for special events, and it's not anticipated that there will be any impacts to the neighborhood or to quality of life issues, either on campus or off.
Thank you.
Our committee, are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, committee, what would you like to do?
Conditions.
So we have a motion to grant with existing conditions.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Alder Cole. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections? Seeing none, this item has passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, item. Thank you. Next up, item number 16, public hearing, new license for Thai Fusion LLC, doing business as Thai Fusion at 745 North High Point Road. Agent Naomi Hahandat. Do we have any registrants for this item, Jim?
Yep, Naomi Hanada is registered and in person. Yep, if you want to come up.
Come on up.
So I'm Xuan Wang. I'm the owner of the Thai Fusion. So that's my manager, Naomi. So we just like a small, like, woman-owned business. Yeah. So we just have beer license just because we locate in the 745 North High Point Road. So this has a lot of like old neighborhood. So we can see a lot of like old ladies and couples, they come in, they say, oh, do you have beer? Do you have like one? They just like have a certain like fun time spent at our restaurant, but we don't serve like at the first beginning. And but a lot of people asking for us. We said, okay, so we're going to start to apply for the license to see if we can get one. So we called the police department, and I called the other, and I called the fair department, right? So at that one I called, I think. But it's no one pick up my phone. I left my message to them, let them know. So we're going to have a hearing. We're going to have a license for the beer and wine, I think. Yeah.
Okay, great. And I made the mistake of looking at your menu, and now I'm really, really hungry.
I'm hungry too.
Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant? Alder Cole.
Thank you and welcome to a little world here. Is this the first time that you apply for a liquor license?
Yes.
What are your hours of operations?
I'm sorry?
What are your hours of operations?
Oh, so it's just like we close on Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. We open 11 for 2 for the lunch and dinner 4 to the 8. And a Friday night, Saturday night, and 11 for 2 for the lunch. We close to 2 to 4. And dinner time from 4 to 9 p.m. And Sunday night, dinner time is 4 to 8 p.m.
Okay, thank you. And you said you were able to reach out to the police captain.
I did. It's only one policeman who just went to our meeting when we have the things, the orange paper on the window. It's a one captain who just came in.
Okay, did you guys discuss hours of?
Yes. He said
hours to serve liquor.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to share what the recommendation was for that?
He said he doesn't have any question.
Okay. Thank you.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. For the applicants, I'm looking at your application and number 16, I'm not sure if you have it in front of you, but is asking for the date of registration and the state of registration for your corporation or LLC. Could you give that information or get it to the clerk so that he can amend the application, please?
So registration date for business?
The
For
the
LLC?
state, yeah, state and date of your LLC registration.
Oh, registration, the state and the date of the registration of corporation. Oh my God, it should be the last year. I'm not really remember. I will see December 2025. I don't remember exactly the date.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe after the meeting, if you find the exact information, you can email it to Clerk Verbeck.
So you have the article numbers. Should be the article numbers. It has like, yeah, the Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Alder Revere.
Yeah, thank you. On the attorney's question, according to the Wisconsin Department of Financial Institutions, you organized on October 6th of last year.
October 6th.
Does that sound correct? So I think you could probably confidently write October 6th
Yeah.
and 2025 in Wisconsin on your application.
Okay, thank you.
You could do that while you're standing there if you want. Yeah.
Thank you.
Committee, are there any other questions for the applicant this evening? Seeing none, if you guys want to have a seat, we will move on to questions for staff. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, any discussion? Seeing none, what would you guys like to do today? There's only a couple of us, so. Okay, Alder Revere, I will let you.
I move to grant.
Okay, we have a motion to grant by Alder Revere, a second by Ms. Clemens. Any other discussion around granting this application? Seeing none, any objections? Seeing none, item 16 passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night. And now I really, really want Thai food. Let's see. Up next, we have item number 17, public hearing for new license, Becco Incorporated, doing business as TBD. So we're probably going to have a question around that at 421 South Park Street. Agent Sakara Singh Baraya, I apologize for butchering your name. Jim, do we have any registrants for this item?
Yeah, let me read them all out.
Okay.
So the applicant, Sukaraj Baria, is registered in support, wishing to speak. We have a Thomas Fellhofer in opposition, wishing to speak. Constantine Colas in support, wishing to speak. Mary Berryman Agard in opposition, wishing to speak. Carla Angel in opposition, wishing to speak. Maxwell McConney is in opposition, wishing to speak. Pat McConney, McCackey is opposition, wishing to speak. Dennis David Saver is in opposition, wishing to speak. And David Leeper and Debbie Leeper are in opposition, not wishing to speak. And then I believe Sukaraj is in Zoom.
Yeah, hello.
Yep. Okay, if you could introduce yourself, let us know what you are trying to do over at 421 South Park Street. And also if you could let us know if you've talked to the Alder, the police captain, and the neighborhood association in your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, I did talk with Captain Shannon Blackamore. I've talked with Alder Evers, and I reached out to multiple neighborhood associations as well. And then I apologize. I was planning on having my camera on, but I can't find where to turn that on. So
We don't allow registrants to have that, only committee members.
okay. But in regards to the business plan, so just to introduce myself, my name is Sukraj Baria. I'm representing Becco Corporation. We've applied for a Class A liquor, beer, and cider license at the location of 421 South Park Street, which used to be George's Flowers. We're not a big corporation. We're a small family business. We currently have one liquor store in Stoughton, Wisconsin, and we've been there for about 15 years. That business was started by my father, and then sadly he passed away, and then I've been managing it ever since with my two brothers. And we're now looking at expanding and opening a second location in Madison. I understand there are other establishments around the area, such as grocery stores, liquor stores, gas stations, that sell liquor or beer or both. However, we believe many of them either cater to students or serve a different customer base. Park Street has changed dramatically over the years.
Many apartments have been built, more apartments are going to be built, coffee shops have been coming in. There's various unique restaurants, and we believe there's a market here that is not being catered to. So our plan is to open up a boutique style shop that sells beer, liquor, and wine, but our focus is for the customer that's looking for a great selection of bourbons, whiskeys, premium wines, a rotating selection of craft beer. This is something we're known for in our current location, and we want to bring that to Park Street. There's we believe there's a market here for that. There's professionals living in the area. There's medical professionals, government professionals working in the area. There's 50 to 70,000 daily drivers passing by the building. So I think we would do a great job in catering that market. That's not right now in our store. Would not have a huge liquor sign on it. We will not have LED signs all over the building and windows. We want a great looking store that is very well decorated and very organized and clean. And then I understand, and just to speak on the neighborhood and Alder Evers' opinions, I understand there are concerns from the neighborhood and the Alder regarding the proximity of this location to Brittingham Park. I've talked to some neighbors. I've read their emails. I've talked to Captain Blackmore. I talked to Alder Evers last night, and I've learned that the park used to have issues in the past with public consumption of alcohol, and that was the cause for disturbances at the park. I've tried to reach out proactively to the neighborhood associations, to some of the neighbors, and to Alder Evers to address those concerns. And I've offered to implement measures that I believe can help our business not to cause issues at the park. So some of those measures we could implement would be not selling single bottles or cans of beer, not selling high alcohol, low cost beers, such as Steel Reserve or Ice House and Old English. We would not sell 375 milliliters or smaller bottles of liquor. So pints, half pints, mini airport bottles. We could even implement a minimum purchase amount for alcohol. So you would have to purchase, either $5 or $7 for alcohol products. We would be willing not to accept any cash and only go credit or debit cards. One of the ideas we had was putting stickers on packages and bottles warning about drinking at the park and fines associated with it.
Okay. Why don't we, because I've let you go over for the time, we'll probably get back to this with some questions from the committee.
Sure.
Thanks. Committee, are there any questions for the applicant? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. My question for the applicant is if you were aware of a Madison ordinance restricting hemp-derived THC products, and if you had a plan or had discussed whether or not you plan to sell those at the store?
We don't plan to sell those at the store, no.
Okay. So if you are granted the license, would you agree to a condition referencing the ordinance that prohibits the sale of hemp-derived cannabinoids within a certain distance of a park? So basically what I'm saying is, would you agree to, even though it's required by the ordinance, would you agree to a condition on the license so that people could see on the license that you agree to not sell hemp-derived cannabinoids?
Yeah, we would agree to that, yep.
Okay. And for the committee, if this gets to that point, I have suggested language that you could use for a condition if you so choose. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Attorney. Ms. Clemens? I'm going to try that again. There we go.
No, that was my fault. I pushed the button. Just wanting to clarify, but I think we have an updated letter in our packet about the community concerns about like gambling or casino activities. So I think that's been addressed, but I just wanted to give the applicant a second to respond to those community concerns. I know there's lots of other community concerns too, but that particular one, just to clarify.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that's coming from, but we have nothing to do with casinos or gambling.
Okay. I'm going to stop here for any other questions from other committee members, but I might have others.
Alder Clemens? Not Alder Clemens. I've punished you or upgraded you. Depends on what you'd like. Ms. Clemens, can you just point me to which item in Legistar someone brought that one up?
Yeah, well, look, it was part of the packet. There was a couple. Brittingham Boats.
Okay. Thanks.
And there was a Leaper updated one, which is number 20, where he clarified his.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So that concern's been withdrawn. Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Alder Cole.
I have a question for you guys. So after the testimony, can we go back to the applicant for additional questions if we have any?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Committee, are there any questions for staff? Or the applicant? We'll just open it up to both. Alder Verveer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will have a question of Captain Hartman, but perhaps it would be best if we hear from the other members of the community that have registered first, because there are several that wish to speak.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
What? Yes, please.
Okay, our next registrant is Thomas Fellhofer, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Thank you. My wife and I have a unique perspective for the community that's around Park Street and Brittingham Boats, or Brittingham Park. We live right across the road from the park, and we've been, since 2012, witness to the things that have gone on in the park. When we arrived in 2012, it was not considered a safe place to be and maybe a little rough. Since that time, it's made a lot of progress. The city of Madison's invested in over $300,000 in children playground equipment, and there's been a total turnaround in the Brittingham Park. We're very happy to see all the the people coming and play volleyball, and they're not drinking. There's very little drinking in the park, and it's a very, very enjoyable park. It gets used a lot. A lot of city residents use it constructively and have a great time there. I think the idea of having a liquor store that close to the park, obviously I'm against. I think if it's there, it will succeed. I don't see many liquor stores going out of business, but it will have an impact on the park. And as it has an impact on the park, it will affect calls to the police department, the parks department, and what we see going on in the park, which is why I'm opposed to it. I just think having the liquor store that close to the park will not be in the city's best interest or the people that use the park. It's been brought just to my attention that there's numerous places to buy alcohol in the area. It's a fact. I mean, if you just want to buy alcohol, there's 6 or 7 places you can walk to at the moment to buy alcohol.
Thank you. What do we have next, Jim?
Our next registrant is Constantine Colas, in support, wishing to speak. It looks like that's the person at the top.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
Ms. Colas, are you,
Hello there.
hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Myself and my sister Denise were the former owners, and our parents, of course, were the former owners of George's Flowers. And we love the community down on Park Street and have played a big part of it for 41 years. And we, like all of you, want to protect the community and the park. But I don't see how someone who's coming in and willing to do all the things necessary to protect the people that shouldn't be getting alcohol from getting it from his establishment, when they, like the gentleman who spoke just before me, said that there's a half dozen places that they can get their alcohol that isn't Souk's location. And all of those are walking distance as well, including Zuzu's, who's basically straight across from the zoo. So I feel it's a little unfair in that people have kind of piled on without actually meeting Souk and his family, and didn't take the opportunity tried to speak with the neighborhood associations and all of those, and even the alder and stuff. And only at the last moment was he reached out to hear only negative feedback as to what he is trying to do. And I just think if people would give him a chance and take a look at what he's trying to do and how he wants to be a positive part of the community like he is in Stoughton, I think Madison would be well served, and the Madison community would have an opportunity to go someplace nice and to find a nice, I think all of us enjoy a cocktail from time and again, and I don't think that he should be punished for what people might do in the park, because I don't think he's going to have any negative impact in the park at all. That's just the way kind of we feel about it, and I hope Souk prevails in being able to be a part of the Madison community. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Jim, who do we have up next?
Our next registrant is Mary Berryman Agard, in opposition wishing to speak.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. I believe that I'm here tonight because I'm old, which means I have lived across the street from Brittingham Park since 1975 and raised 4 children there and been a part of a wave of activity from many of the people who are registered here to speak and many, many others that took place when the park became, in the early 2000s, crime-ridden. Dangerous for people who lived there. At one point, there was a survey made, and there were 57 unhoused people living in the shelter there. Often those people were disabled in one way or another, or suffered from substance abuse disorders and were being preyed on. Benefit day would come, and the vultures would come, and the crap games would start, and the people would lose their benefits and be in worse shape than before. There were aggressive sexual behaviors toward women trying to walk through the park. You couldn't let your kids go in the park. And when it reached that kind of crisis level, the neighborhood association was formed. And I was the first president of that neighborhood association and stayed in that role until 2014, when I stepped away from it because I'm currently the chair of the Bayview Foundation Board, and we've just rebuilt that whole affordable housing community just very near the site of this liquor store and also across the street from the park. So my blood is deep in this. And I just want to, as a point of history, say one thing. First of all, it sounds to me like Suk's a great guy. And it sounds to me like his business is, and his business plan is one that does think about the neighborhood. The problem is not my judgment, or I think my neighbor's judgment, about the way in which he would conduct his business. It is about the fact that his business is selling alcohol. The steps that we took that brought our park back from really a pretty shabby situation that was dangerous and crime-ridden and in some cases violent. You know, the moves we made were to go to the Parks Department and say, stop telling people not to reserve the shelter house because it's too dangerous. Start filling the park with pro-social activity. Get us some leagues in here. We will support them. Let's see what we can do to bring the bike path to life in our neighborhood and make sure that that's, you know, more well-used, and it's incredibly well-used now. Let's get alcohol out of this park. And we dealt with this body and with the Parks Department to make Brittingham Park an alcohol-free park. Even though there's some evidence that that just moves problems to other parks, it was considered so concentrated in Brittingham Park that it became a fairly easy matter to have that change made. We brought in homeless services so that people who were frequently being preyed on in the park got extra help from Porchlight and other groups. We did a lot. And yet, to this day, sorry. I'm done. We're at the present day. I've said my bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, do we have any other registrants?
We do. Our next registrant is Carla Angel, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Hello, thank you. My name's Carla Angel. I live on West Shore Drive, and I am in opposition to this. Similarly, this has nothing to do with Suk. I'm sure he's a wonderful human and his family business is well-intentioned. It has everything to do with alcohol in the park, similar to what we've been speaking to here. So it's important to know that the park extends beyond just the recreational area across from West Wash. It extends all along the bay. And we see the impact of alcohol in this in its entirety. We have tried to, I'm part of the Friends of Monona Bay cleanup group. Once a month, we pick up trash all along the bay. And every month we're picking up upwards of 30 bags of trash. I think there were over 45, and that was a group of 70 volunteers. And so much of that trash are cans, bottles, and broken glass, which are really dangerous to have. Not to mention the environmental impact of that on our lakes and natural resources. And I saw that Suk provided a response to some of the community concerns with some of the things that he would intend, or an employee would intend to do, including walking a mile or two radius, picking up cans and bottles daily, putting stickers on their cans and bottles so that they knew what came from their business. And given what I know of the area and our personal involvement, that seems untenable, that seems unsustainable for what we're speaking to here. I also think there are some safety concerns. I think, COVID especially, we saw an exceptional use of the park, and it has gotten better since then. But even still, alcohol use increases in the evenings. We have to call the non-emergency number multiple times, either due to noise complaints or people being intoxicated. We've had people passed out. We wake up in the morning, people are passed out in the park across from our house sometimes. I want to make sure that I can walk through the park safely as a young woman here. Like, that's a top priority for me. I can't ignore that. And with the potential for more alcohol, it just feels like that will go the opposite direction. I can't stress enough that this is really important to us. We want to see something go into this space that improves the area. What we're hearing so far is the only people who are in support of this are the ones that make a profit off of it, not the neighborhood and residents themselves. And I think that's an important consideration. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Jim, do we have any other registrants?
Maxwell McCackey is in opposition, wishing to speak.
Evening. My name is Max McCackey. I live at 508 West Shore Drive, right around the corner, with my wife. And I can't say too much that hasn't already been said. I just wanted to say that it's important to me that this space isn't occupied by a liquor store for all the numerous reasons that have been stated, and that the litter especially is valuable input from the previous speaker, living across the street there, picking up lots of beer cans and bottles. And I just don't know if it's the right fit for the neighborhood to replace the flower shop that was there for so many years with a liquor store with a Class A license. And it means a lot to me to sit through this meeting, which I'm sure all of you here had the patience to do, just to be in opposition and speak for. And I don't have too much more to add than that. I just wanted to be here and show that I wasn't feeling very good about seeing that notice on the window. So I appreciate your time listening. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Pat McCackey.
Hi, my name's Pat McCackey. I lived at 702 West Shore Drive. I've been down the street for like 40-some years. When I heard his introduction, the representative for this company, I thought, wow, these guys must have velvet ropes and white gloves. But then you pull up their business on the internet, and it's a liquor store. It's nothing special. It's just they got cigarettes. They got a Wisconsin sign that says out drinking everyone since whenever. So it's really nothing special. I mean, you got to take the park in there, but if you take the park equation out, do we really need another liquor store on Park Street? And if you got to go into opening a business with a list of restrictions, that who's going to monitor it, and if time gets tough and you got to change your business model, who's going to be down there counting on what size bottles and cans and et cetera that you sold? I think, in my opinion, that place isn't a good spot, is not a good spot for a high-end, tasting room type liquor store. I don't think you have the traffic and you've got the car traffic, but you don't have the people traffic and the room to accommodate that. I think they need to go back to the drawing board and get their broker to work harder and find a more compatible business out there. There's tons of them: flower store, tattoo shops, hair salons, a lot of things that would fit a lot better than backing up on a residential neighborhood, which is now, I think they call it the traffic corridor, where they want to see higher density housing and such like that, to bring in from what I'm looking at, their current business model, an average liquor store that's nothing special. So I don't think we need it. Thanks.
Thank you.
And our last registered speaker is Dennis David Saver, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Hello, Dennis David Saver, 624 West Shore Drive, and I think I've actually got everybody beat. I moved in 1973 to my family's two-flat on 502 West Shore Drive, which is diagonally directly across from the property. The family still owns the two-flat rental. But anyway, then I subsequently moved down the street 2 blocks to 624. So I don't know that I have to repeat. I think you've really heard it all with the issues with the park and the tremendous recovery, which, frankly, I owe a lot of neighbors close to the park an awful lot for their efforts in correcting that situation. When we raised our kids, I was taking them to a war zone to use the equipment. Now, I just have my 1-year-old granddaughter down there. She loves it with the new equipment and, just the joy of that park. I remember we had a liquor store right behind on Park Street. And so, again, I lived it all. And while I can, greatly appreciate the steps the proposed tenant for the property is willing to take, I just don't want to go backwards. And, people, there's still enough liquor finding its way into the park without making it more accessible. And, I'll again reiterate Pat's comment. I'm in real estate. We have lots of commercial space. We're trying to lease. City makes us put it into our properties. And, it sounds like they've got a business plan that they feel is going to work. And I certainly could see several more locations where, not right next to the Brittingham Park, where, the applicants could, find a place for the business that they want to, locate in Madison. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Committee, do we have any questions for any of the registrants? Otherwise, I will recognize Alder Evers. Alder.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. I'm going to start my comments by responding to a couple of things that I heard said. There was one individual said that you can walk to 6 or 7 different places to get alcohol. Principally, those are bars. Those are places where you sit down. There was the reference from the past owner of the Georges Flores family about Zuzu's. That's a bar or a cafe where you sit down. It's not a Class A license that involves off-premises consumption. Important difference when we're talking about the application here at 421 South Park. You've seen my comments, but I'm going to read them briefly and expound on them to a degree, so please bear with me. I did reach out to Suka when I first found out about this, when I was first notified by Jim Burbick, and he reached out to me as well, and in our correspondence. I warned him, I gave him my impression that this would not go over with the local neighborhood. And I said, I have serious concerns about this location and its proximity to Brittingham Park. Brittingham Park has been a trouble spot in the summertime for several years now, with open container alcohol consumption one of the primary causes of disturbance. I believe I speak for residents in District 13 that there is not a groundswell of support for your application. And you can tell from the folks who took time to come in and speak to you and the number of emails that you've gotten, which I understand is a bit unusual. This is probably more greater community response or a significant community response vis-a-vis what you normally get for an application like this. So I was not wrong in that assessment that there would be significant neighborhood opposition, and it's unanimous within the neighborhood. The reasons are simple, is that the history and the status of Brittingham Park is that it's alcohol-free, and it's there for a reason. That restriction was imposed in response to serious and persistent issues in the past. Alcohol is the combustible element that threatens to upset the delicate balance the city has achieved in maintaining Brittingham Park as a safe, family-friendly environment. Last evening, I was copied on an email by Park Superintendent Eric Knapp to Midtown District Captain Shannon Blackamore, and I have Superintendent Knapp's permission to read it into the public record. Captain Blackamore, I heard from Alder Evers that there's an application for a liquor license at 421 South Park Street next to Brittingham Park. I wanted to share with you that the Parks Division does have concerns related to changes around Brittingham Park that could impact the delicate balance that we have established over the years in partnerships with MPD, neighbors, park users, and service providers. The history of the park includes some dark days where it was effectively unused by most community members due to safety concerns. A contributory factor to most of the behavior and quality of life concerns was alcohol. The issues were so significant that it led to the Parks Commission and City Council banning alcohol at Brittingham Park without a permit, and also was a significant driver of events that led to the park's behavior policy that can lead to non-citation park bans for behavior violations. The park today is a much different story, from the city's first fully accessible playground to an amazing community garden, a healthy boat rental business, and countless gatherings throughout the year, including the Good Neighbor Gathering, which I helped initiate when I was first elected, which is a District 13, all the neighborhoods come together in September to celebrate what it means to be a good neighbor. These are the types of programming and events that indicate that Brittingham Park is full of positive community use. The park users today are truly reflective of our entire community, and it has, over the past decade, become a very well-used and loved park. I often use the park as an example of the philosophy of the best limiter of negative behavior in a park is to increase positive behavior in the park. And he goes on to talk about how, with all that, it's critical for us not to lose sight of how delicate the balance is when things are going well. Though I wish no ill will to someone who seeks to create a successful business selling alcohol based on the concerns from past experience and the price of losing the balance at Brittingham, I felt it important to share with MPD my concerns about the proliferation of ability of alcohol in and around Brittingham. I cannot say what will happen, but I can confidently say that for about a decade, families, children, and community members did not use Brittingham for positive activities, very often due to negative activities that were rooted in alcohol. Anything that could move us back in that direction is a concern and worthy of extra scrutiny. Now, how does this work? Why is Superintendent Knapp so concerned? The proposed location, 421 South Park Street, is within 500 feet and a short walk with Brittingham Park, increasing the likelihood of impulse buys that have a proven correlation with negative impacts of quality of life and creating issues for other park users in the surrounding neighborhood. When my colleague, Council President Vitiver, put forth a proposal for geographical limits on new Class A licenses, premises as a strategy for reducing alcohol use and alcohol-related harms, those who opposed this, including some of my colleagues on council, argued that ALRC's own permitting process was sufficient to address these concerns. So here we are, a proposed liquor store within 500 feet of a city park with a history, past and current, of alcohol-related problems. And I want to speak to the current problems. We have not overcome the challenges at Brittingham Park. We've made a lot of progress. But every year, every spring, I meet with the Midtown captain. I met with the former Midtown captain, Jason Friedman, and the current Midtown captain every spring as the weather starts to get nice. What is our strategy? How can we be proactive? Just the years we've not done that, we've had problems, and it happens quickly. It gets out of hand. There are fights, and violence breaks out, and or there are folks who simply open up the back of their car, turn on their car stereo, and have an impromptu party and alcohol suddenly, an alcohol-related party suddenly drives out other park users. It's no longer a place where kids and families can come and enjoy themselves. We do have the MPD and the police, but we can't expect them to regulate this behavior constantly. We only have four parks, I forget what you call them, but you know what I mean, the equivalent to the police on staff. So we just should not make it easy for impulse buys. We shouldn't make it easy for a couple 17-year-old kids to talk their uncle to walk over to a liquor store and buy them a bottle of Jack Daniels or a 12-pack of beer. I did that when I was a teenager. That's what teenagers do. If you make it easy for them, it's going to happen, and it will have a spillover effect, one that will not be good for Brittingham Park. Lastly, my interactions with Suka, with the applicant, have all been positive. His promises to run an exemplary liquor store are noted, and I have no reason to doubt what he says. However, that's not the point. The very best operator of a Class A liquor license at 421 South Park Street would still be selling alcohol, and that is a serious problem that we must avoid at this location. I ask you to not approve, not only to not approve, but to place this on file with prejudice and make a determination that within 500 feet of Brittingham Park, there will be no Class A liquor, beer, and cider licenses issued moving forward. Thanks for your attention. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alder. Committee, are there any questions for the applicant or any of our speakers today? Ms. Clements.
A question for staff. We haven't heard from Captain Hartman. I'm curious if he had anything he wanted to add.
I did speak with Captain Shannon Blackamore, and
Captain Hartman, we can't hear you. Sorry. We know you're talking.
one second. Did that change anything?
You're very, very quiet.
How about now?
Better. A little better.
All right, I will try to shout a little bit and then tell me if I need
That's
to-
better. Lots of
Okay.
shouting.
So I did speak with Captain Shannon Blackamore, and he emphasized the exact same concerns that have been brought up already, and that is the how close this is to Brittingham Park, a lot of the work to make that successful in the area, and how this could potentially undo it. Not because of who the potential owner would be or anything along there, but just knowing that no matter what kind of mitigations that we put in place, alcohol would still be there and it would still make its way into the park and undoing the issues that we have seen. So from a police perspective, and as someone who has policed that park with those issues before in the past, I believe it would cause those issues again to come back up, to rise up, and that we would be dealing with them.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Attorney McReynolds, if they are available. Can you read us the ordinance around placements of these establishments next to parks and schools?
For selling alcohol?
For selling alcohol, yes.
Well, for parks, it's not in our ordinance because the proposed ordinance was not recommended for adoption, the one that included parks. So I'll look up schools. It's 300 feet usually without the explicit kind of override of council for, I think it's schools, hospitals, and places of worship. So that's the time where it would become an automatic denial unless it's specifically overridden. But at some point, if the committee would like, I can review sort of the things that can be considered by the committee when they're deciding whether or not to license a particular location and what kinds of things can be considered as valid reasons for denial, if you would like.
Okay, thank you. Committee, are there any other questions for staff or anyone? Alder Cole.
Yes, I would like for Amber to finish that statement and discuss with us what are, if any of us are on the mindset of denying this, what will that look like in emotion?
Yeah. This body has the broad authority and broad discretion to recommend to council to either recommend to grant a license or recommend to deny a license or grant with conditions, as you all know. So there is broad discretion there. It does not have to only be supported by a specific ordinance. I know Alder Evers mentioned that when that topic came up here before, this body decided that they didn't need specific guidelines because they could consider them individually each time. Courts have held that state law does not confer upon a qualified applicant an absolute right to a license. And I know we've talked about this a lot, that it is a privilege, not a right. And it can be considered, denial can be considered based on a location, not, it doesn't have to be because an applicant is an excellent applicant or not an excellent applicant. It can be based on a location. I think one of the main things that state law allows is that the committee can consider public sentiment and local concerns. Valid reasons for denial of a retail license are based on concern for public health, safety, and the welfare of the community. So that's sort of what the main thing is that I would consider thinking about is public sentiment, local concerns, concern for the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. Possible reasons for denial that kind of fit within that in the past have been things like adverse impact on traffic, adverse impact on the peace, quiet, and cleanliness of the neighborhood where the establishment is located. Proximity to other licensed establishments, residential areas, schools, churches, or hospitals. That's something that often this committee refers to as density. And then another factor could be the ability or inability of the police to provide law enforcement services either to the establishment and the impact that that new establishment has on the ability of the police to provide law enforcement services to balance to the balance of the community at all times. So that's sort of the summary, a brief summary of the law around what a municipal body can consider when deciding whether to grant or deny a retail alcohol license.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, do we have any other questions for staff or any other questions in general? Seeing none, what would you like to do? And then we can move on to discussion. Alder Revere.
Thank you. I move to deny the application as contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Second.
We have a second from Ms. Clemens.
Nope.
She beat you just by a little bit.
And I'd like to speak to it and try to establish a record here, since it's not often that we do a wholesale denial of an application at this stage of the first appearance of an applicant. So let me just begin by saying very much at the top of the conversation on my part here that this has nothing to do with the qualifications of the applicant. The applicant seems highly qualified, more than fit to be bestowed an alcohol license in our municipality. In fact, I'll mention, and my colleagues know what I'm talking about, that there is very likely to be a liquor store location available in my neighborhood, the Bassett neighborhood, not far from Brittingham Park, actually, in the next several weeks. That might be something he might want to look into. So I want the applicant to know that this is nothing personal about him. I'm sure he and his family run a very fine establishment in the city of Stoughton. As has been said by many of the speakers tonight, this is not about him as an individual. This is all about location. And that's the reality of all of this. And that's why I cannot support this license tonight and believe that we need to deny it at this stage. I do believe that if a Class A license was granted for this location in such close proximity to Brittingham Park, it would be, frankly, very contrary to the safety of the community in that area. I know because I've lived in close proximity to Brittingham Park for decades myself and lived the very ugly times that we had in Brittingham Park. The district that I've been honored to represent, boundary for those that are interested, is Proudfoot Street. So there's some portions officially of Brittingham Park that are in the district I have the honor of representing. Think dog park and basketball courts and so forth, tennis courts, pickleball along North Shore Drive and Broome Street, and the historic Brittingham Boathouse are all in the district I represent. And I only live, as I say, a couple blocks actually from the area where we had the horrific problems for far too long in the core area of the park, where I would say that I would not feel safe walking at night past the park shelter there when things were really bad there. And alcohol and the easy proximity to alcohol, even with all of the assurances and the really creative ideas that the applicant testified to tonight that he promises to engage in, I do not think would be enough to abate that huge concern that I would have being if we had a Class A license establishment so close to the park, given the very unfortunate history of behavioral issues that we had in the park for far too long. It's just the reality, and the chronic alcoholism and other substance abuse that was a huge factor in all of these awful things that occurred in the park, including way too many assaults with dangerous weapons, among other things. I know were fueled in part by alcohol, and this is just nothing that we can risk going back to. And for those reasons, again, I believe that there is an absolutely strong case that we should not, no matter who the applicant is, frankly, grant a Class A liquor license at this location. And I don't say that with any satisfaction to the applicant or to the landlord there, but it's just the reality. And so I do hope that another business can easily be found that would go into this very visible location on South Park Street, but it just cannot be a Class A liquor license establishment. I want to just close by thanking everybody for their testimony tonight. I think it was very powerful and meaningful. We usually don't have this level of opposition to an item on our agenda, quite frankly, here at the ALRC. And so I want to commend everyone for weighing in, including the unprecedented amount of written testimony we received, which was overwhelmingly negative, I guess, except for the landlord, by my recollection when I read all these letters. And thank the alder of the district as well for his leadership on this issue. So thank you all. And I urge denial, obviously. Thanks.
Thank you. Alder Cole.
Thank you. I want to echo Oliver Beer's comments again on regards of the reasoning behind I will support putting this on file. Much have been said about the ordinance changes that came a few months ago on regards to make parks use park distance to prohibit sale of alcohol. And I'm one of those people that did not support the ordinance. I truly believe that, and I was talking to Alder Evers this afternoon, I truly believe that this committee has the power to make those decisions, and they're very difficult decisions. This is like the second time ever that I have voted against one of these licenses. The first one was in my own district, in an area that also an area that requires a little bit more care and has more needs than other parts of the city. And it seems I cannot help it but to see the similarities between those between that experience I had and this one. In both cases, I mean, the applicant for mine, an amazing young couple with a baby, just like the greatest people I ever met. But it was extremely hard for me to say, yeah, this location is not the best place for a liquor store. Bring in anything else if you want. I mean, I will advocate for you if you had the capacity or the financial feasibility to put something else in there. I wouldn't be, in your corner. But alcohol for this park, especially with the strong feedback provided by MPD and the parks director and superintendent, I think that those it really, it really speaks to me. I do. I really wish you, luck and in the future. Find your store inside looks absolutely beautiful. It looks like really something that you have a niche there. It is we don't have that many liquor stores in the city, so it really looks very, very nice. And I hope you can take that business somewhere else away from a location as I don't want to call it problematic, is that I don't want to use that kind of word, but a location that needs more support, more services from the city and the community to continue to thrive. So nothing against the applicant, but again, thank you for. I also want to mention to the applicant, thank you for adding so many self conditions. That just really shows your willingness to make, to work with the community. But unfortunately, the traceability of that and the enforcement of those conditions are also a little bit problematic, and it will be hard to really depend on that. So with that, I mean, I will definitely support the not granting this license. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Jim, can we do a roll call, please? Just for the record.
Sure. Just give me one moment. Alder Revere. Aye. Alder Revere, aye. Yeah, so the motion is to deny because the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Thank you.
Alder Revere, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Ms. Clemens?
Aye.
Ms. Clemens, aye. So there's 3 ayes and no nays.
Okay, this motion is denied. This denial will go before the council at the next meeting. Up next, we have item number 18, public hearing for a new license for McShoe Madison LLC, doing business as Mike's Horseshoe Bar and Grill at 3900 Dempsey Road, with Agent Travis McGinn. Do we have any registrants for this? I know. Okay, come on up.
Travis is registered and here in person.
I always thought their address was Cottage Grove Road.
Yeah, me too. I've been going there for 29 years. I never realized it till I tried to buy the place.
Okay. So, Travis, if you could introduce yourself, let us know what you're planning to do over at Mike's. And if you could just let us know if you've talked to the elder, the police captain of your district, and the neighborhood association.
My name is Travis McWigan. I did make all my appropriate contacts after I applied for my license. I've been going to Mike's Horseshoe Bar for almost 29 years. Unfortunately, Mike is not doing very well, and he approached me with the idea to take over his bar, to buy his bar, which I intend to do. He's done a very good job running this for almost 40 years. I intend to leave the name the same, almost everything the same, including our hours, which we will close at midnight on the weekdays and 1 o'clock on Fridays and Saturdays. I'm sorry, what other questions do I need?
You got 3 minutes to tell us anything we need to know.
Oh, okay. I got 3 wonderful bartenders that I'm acquiring in this deal. They've had about 60 years experience combined, the 3 of them. I myself have 34 years of bartending experience, previous owner experience on Angelo's at Monona Drive. Fortunately, that was cut short due to a kitchen fire in 2019 and COVID in 2020. I had to step away after a brief 3-year run there. And things go much better this time around. So. Yeah, it's a great neighborhood bar, a lot of regular customers. I know, very familiar with all the regular customers from my experience as a bartender in the Madison area.
Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your patience, being with us all night, and congratulations on your new endeavor here.
Oh, thank you.
I just have one real quick question at the top, and I've certainly have appreciated Mike's over the years. On my read of your current license, besides that there are no current conditions on the license, because I'm sure that'll be a question at some point tonight, so just to get that out there. But the formal name that we have on the license currently is just Horseshoe Bar. I've always thought of it as Mike's Horseshoe Bar.
Oh, my DBA should be Mike's.
Yeah, so that's
Bar
my
and
question
Grill.
is, I see on your application, you're paying tribute and you're keeping Mike's Horseshoe Bar name.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to confirm that that was accurate, and because I was surprised when I looked up the license and see that it just says Horseshoe Bar. I always thought of it as Mike's myself.
That's what the sign says.
Yeah.
If I miswrote that, then I apologize.
No, you didn't miswrite it. My question is, I just wanted to confirm that you're going to definitely call it Mike's Horseshoe Bar, because our licensing system, that license I'm looking at, just calls it the shoe, in essence,
Yeah.
Horseshoe Bar.
That's correct.
But you're definitely going to have Mike's Horseshoe Bar.
And Grill.
And Grill, yes. And your earlier testimony that you're keeping everything the same, the menu will stay the same.
Yep,
That
yep.
people have come to rely on and so forth.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay, very good. Best of luck to you. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
I need a second. I may have a question. Can you give me a second, please?
Yep. Jim, if you get a chance, can you look up their the existing license? See if there are any conditions? I don't believe there are. But there aren't any? I didn't think so. Okay, none? Okay, excellent. Ms. Clemens?
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here and for your patience with the marathon session before you. Curious if you met with the neighborhood association, and if so, can you just tell us how that meeting went?
I know I reached out, I contacted them. We didn't meet in person. I believe we had a quick phone conversation and just kind of went over my plans for the bar, which was not to change anything, not going to make any late hours or no live music, no nothing, just business as we've been doing. And
All right.
yeah.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. No other questions for me right now.
Alder Cole, do you have anything? Oh, you're on mute.
There you go. Now I was looking for the conditions in the area for other licenses, and I don't see. Again, just trying to be consistent when we are using language for these conditions. So I'm good. Thank you. So no questions at this moment.
No problem. Alder Revere.
Actually, thank you. I did think of one more question, Travis, and that is, what's the current situation with the property ownership? I know you mentioned you couldn't submit a lease because there was going to be a
was closed
sale.
on last month. Llama Properties of Madison, I believe, purchased the building from Mike, and that will be my landlord. I will be a tenant to Llama Properties.
Have you had a chance to meet with them and negotiate a lease?
Yeah, I believe I did email a tentative lease over.
Oh, very good. So you have submitted to the clerk's office a lease?
They should
Okay.
have that info, yeah. I do have that on my phone.
Very good. We don't, those of us on the committee don't see the leases. The staff keeps the leases from us. Unless we want to look at them. But yeah, we don't get them automatically, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So I'm glad that's all worked out for you then. Okay, thanks a lot.
Alder Cole? Okay, nothing there. Any other questions for the applicant? If not, Mike, or Travis, you can go have a seat.
That's all right.
I got Mike on the head.
That's all right.
Yes. Committee, do we have any questions for staff? Alder Cole?
Just to be consistent, MPD, do you have any information on this particular location or applicant? Captain Kip.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
I can read lips too, so go. Just kidding.
And just one more time for me, repeat the question for me.
What do you have? Is there any concerns or that you receive from the local police district for this applicant?
No, none at all. Yep.
All right. Thank you. So I just move to grant?
You can.
Okay then.
Okay.
That's what I just.
Second by Ms. Clemens. Any discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, this item has passed. Thank you very much for sticking around with us tonight in person. Thanks. I would like to point out, it is only a little bit after 8:30, so it's still early for us, not for applicants. We have made them sit here, though, for new licenses till stupid o'clock. Item number 19 is the last new license on our agenda. Go Veg LLC, doing business as the Green Owl at 1970 Atwood Avenue. Michael Randall is the agent.
And Michael Randall is registered and in Zoom.
So Michael, it looks like you're going to have to go off mute. Do I have to do anything?
I might have lost you there for a second.
We have you. We can hear you.
Wonderful.
Excellent.
Hello.
Hi, Michael. If you could just give us some information about what you're going to be doing over at the Green Owl, and if you've talked to the Alder, the police, and the neighborhood association.
Sure. Our intention, my partner Amanda and I, is to run the Green Owl as it is currently being run. and we can talk about those details. We have talked to Davey. We were at the SASE meeting. I should say Amanda was at the SASE meeting last Thursday, and I did have a conversation with the police captain.
Okay, great. Committee, do we have any questions for Michael? I see a hand. Alder Cole.
Michael, can you give us some detail how the conversations went with the captain and the Alder and the neighborhood association meeting? Can you give us a summary of how that went down?
Yeah. I don't think any issues came up anywhere. I was not at the SASE meeting myself, but I was told it went really well and they were willing to grant or write a recommendation. And Davey did not take issue with it, as far as I know.
Thank you.
Okay. Alder Cole, did you have anything else? Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Alder Revere.
Thank you. Welcome back. I guess my first question, maybe my only question, is knowing what a beloved restaurant this is for so many in our community, given how unique the menu is there, just to confirm you don't plan any changes whatsoever for those fans that might be watching us tonight or the recording later. The menu will stay pretty much the same, and the operation in all aspects the same.
Yes, sir. The intention would be to run it exactly as it is. As neighbors for 18 years, well, Alchemy there for 18 years, and Green Owl, I think, for 15. We've sort of watched what a great place it is. And Eric, the current license holder and current owner, is gracious enough to stay on with us for an unagreed upon amount of time, but certainly to sort of hand us the reins, if you will, because he really cares about it and we care about it and we frequent it ourselves. So yeah, no major changes in the foreseeable future if such a thing exists.
Well, that sounds great. I appreciate that. And I guess my other question would be, given your ties to the neighborhood, your deep roots in the neighborhood, given the other businesses you operate, do you plan to expand your enterprise and purchase or open new businesses in the neighborhood there?
Well, I'm running out of time in a day, so I don't know beyond this. This Eric brought this to us sort of before publicly listing it, if you will. And I think he knows we're right there. We're pretty plugged in and have a good shot at keeping it going as it is. He's proud of it. So we sort of found ourselves in a position where we couldn't say no. But I am, to speak to your question, I am a little concerned about how I'm going to find all the time to do it. But at least it's very nearby.
That's for sure. Well, never say never. I won't be surprised if we see you again here in the future with yet another enterprise, be it in the neighborhood or elsewhere. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Oh. Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none. Committee, what would you like to do tonight? Ms. Clemens.
License.
And a second by Alder Revere. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objections to approval? Seeing none. This item is approved. Thank you very much, Michael. Have a good evening. And good luck at the Green Owl. Next up, item number 20, report of the Madison Police Department. Captain Hartman, what do you have for us tonight?
Nothing major to bring up tonight. There are a couple things that we're monitoring in the downtown area that we might bring up in a later time frame or whatever, but so far, no significant incidents. In fact, one minor blip that we had with the Roxy, we have reached out to the owners and have been talking with them and are still in partnership and agreement of ways that we can deter any other issues moving forward. So far, I feel like there's been a lot of positive progress with things like that. So other than that, nothing else to report.
Okay, great. Committee, do we have any questions for the captain? Alder Revere.
Thank you very much. Captain, you had mentioned Roxy, obviously. Did I hear you correctly that you have met with them recently, or are we still attempting to schedule a meeting with them? I was speaking with Assistant City Attorney Zilovy today, and she and I both were anticipating a meeting being scheduled soon to meet with them, given the issues we've had there recently.
Yes, I spoke with the owner and we had a conversation. Also spoke with my, again, night shift supervisors as well as my community policing team. They have stated repeatedly that they have a good working relationship with both the bartenders, security, staff, and although we saw some changes that did kind of flare up a little bit for us, that both the owner is looking to make sure that that doesn't happen, but then also work with us to make some changes that would curb some of that stuff. There's a few things that we're going to maybe look at too, as far as our department that we can maybe do from the city side of things environmentally in front of there. So again, we're kind of like looking at all options. We kind of feel like this is a one-off, again, a good, strong working relationship. So if you would like to meet with them, they said that they were hoping to be back in the near future and would like to meet, hopefully like on a positive note versus after something has occurred. So they still are very amenable to meeting and discussing these types of things.
Okay, so yeah, I do think that a meeting would be helpful. It was certainly my intention or the city attorney's intention to separate their license at renewal time next month, given what's happened on Tuesday evenings over the last few weeks. And I appreciate you sharing some of the photos and video evidence with me that just the fencing alone was, I've never seen anything so outrageous, where they were blocking the entirety of the sidewalk with their fences the way that they were. And I hope that that is ending forever there on Gorham Street, just to give one example. I'll also just say that I'm not a huge fan of having to remove parking because of operational issues at a licensed premise. And I know that's one of the ideas of one of your sergeants that we strip away all the parking there and by their business. And I just think that I totally understand the rationale for it and appreciate the reasoning, and to hopefully prevent anyone from being run over at bar time there. But I do think that we should have a conversation, and I'd be happy to do it individually, as you know from me reaching out to you about this a few weeks ago. And then when I thought that we were scheduling the meeting, and the last I had heard from your lieutenant was that we were going to schedule a meeting. So anyway, sorry to take everyone's time talking about scheduling a meeting, but yes, I would like to meet with the applicant, and I could reach out to them on my own if Central District wasn't planning to have a face-to-face with them. And as I say, Attorney Zilovy was hoping to have what we call an alert meeting as well with them before renewal time.
And yeah, we can talk offline.
Yeah,
further details and
definitely.
stuff like that. But I'm thinking next week. I believe we were thinking that we would be able to touch base, so in person as well. So maybe that could work out for all of us.
Very good, thank you. And then on a totally unrelated note, but yet sadly related, in terms of a Central District nightclub that I've heard from some of your officers is having more issues recently with disturbances is Soto on North Henry Street. Is there anything you wish to share about Soto tonight? Or, I mean, you and I obviously can talk about it offline, but is there anything you wanted to share with the committee about what's going on there recently at all?
There have been some more disturbances there recently that our officers have had to respond to, and there has been an uptick in that. Some of it is ongoing investigation, so I won't bring that up just yet. So maybe if we can talk offline about it, I'd be willing to share some more details with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. Again, I'm thinking for my colleagues' benefit of separations that we'll be nominating at our next meeting, given our next meeting is our renewal meeting. And it seems like if you were asking me downtown, what would be at the top of the list, it might be those two establishments for separation and separate conversation at a separation meeting here of the committee in the next month or so. Okay, thanks very much, Captain. I'm sorry, did you want to say something more?
Yeah, I would believe that the two that are really sticking up for us right now, Soto, CLO, both owned, I believe, by the same.
Indeed.
With the noise issues, you're well aware of those.
Yes.
The disturbances at Soto. So those two in the downtown area will be the biggest ones that we are seeing. Taco Bell Cantina has had some issues. And our nights staff has been working with them to try to resolve some things with how that goes. I don't know if that license is up next month as well.
Yes, it is. They all are, Captain. Yeah.
Okay.
Every license in the city is up for renewal next month. Yeah, thank you for mentioning the other two. I mean, obviously, I'm well aware of the issue at CLO. I don't know that any of my colleagues are aware of it, but Attorney Zilovey is planning to potentially bring a revocation action relating to their entertainment license next month if things don't improve in terms of the noise issues there. For those that don't know, this is a relatively new nightclub in the 100 block of State Street. As the captain said, the same ownership coincidentally as Soto on North Henry Street. And then I'm not familiar with the issues at the Taco Bell Cantina down in the 500 block of State Street, but
We'd say probably similar to what
but maybe-
Shiba Hut would.
okay, so maybe we should separate their license as well next month, but we can obviously figure all that out all offline with the city attorney's office. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thanks very much, Captain.
Ms. Bell.
I was just going to ask, you might have already kind of answered this, but, and I apologize for being a little out of touch. I'm not on campus this semester. I'm studying in BC. But can I ask what the issue was at Roxy?
The latest one, and this would have been almost 2 weeks ago now, I believe. And what it was is they had an event on a Tuesday night that just spilled out into the street and multiple disturbances. I believe our officers detained at least 10 people there, multiple arrests, several fights that they had to break up. So in looking at it, some of the things that the Roxy had done staff-wise as far as fencing goes kind of contributed to it. The vehicles that are parked right in front of it, you have a lot of people that just hang out by the cars. When people don't have a lot of space on the sidewalk, they spill into the street. So our officers were dealing with that. On a Tuesday night, we are not upstaffed like we are on a Friday or a Saturday night, so we had less officers to respond to it. So that did draw in other officers from outside districts and jurisdictions to come in and assist with dealing with that. So in speaking with the owner, he's doing everything they can to, vet the music and the various DJs and stuff that they're bringing in. So they know them, they know their track records and stuff like that. So they have been proactive with some of that stuff after speaking with him this week on the phone. So that was kind of what happened on that Tuesday night. So.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I used to live at the Olive, which is, as you know, like right next to the same building as Roxy. And I remember there occasionally being issues, but yeah, and unfortunate to hear that there have been escalations in those issues. But I'll continue to follow that situation since it impacts students.
Absolutely, and I think we have seen a decrease, but it is definitely one that we still monitor pretty heavily with staffs to make sure that those issues don't happen.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any other questions for the captain? Oh, I am on. Okay. See no other issues for the captain. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Report of the city clerk's office. What do you have for us today, Jim?
Well, today, in addition to being tax day, is also submit your alcohol license renewal to avoid a $250 late fee day. And I feel like the dust still is not settled. We got bombarded by a flurry of emails and people stopping in, and we still honor postmarks by today to ensure that we're not charging late fees for people postmarks. So I don't have a set figure to give you. I'd say it's no higher than 120, but I'm sure it'll be a lot less than that. But folks still have until the end of the month to get a renewal form for us. They would just have to pay a $250 late fee, filing fee, because we want to incentivize people not doing what they did today on April 30th, because it's very hard for us to make sure that we're auditing all the paperwork that comes in, the 700 to 800 that come in. So that's what I have. I'm open to suggestions or open to questions. The one thing, if the committee would indulge me, is we did have the applicant for item 15, which we had on the consent agenda to place on file without prejudice. It was the agent for the application. So he clarified they did have a receipt for the publication fee, which I didn't see a payment for in there. So I think they actually did pay that. And a lot of the missing materials were in there, but we were missing signatures from a member of it on both the application and the change of agent. So if the committee is open to it, if you would be interested in reconsidering to, rather than place on file, but to re-refer to next month's meeting. Because it was missing so many things, I didn't even notice it in the paper for today. And like I said, we didn't have a member to sign anything, and we didn't run any background checks because the officers weren't listed on there, but we did have background forms for them. But that, I told him to get that signed stuff into immediately, and that he needs to be more diligent in checking the email, because I did email back on March 18th and got no response from it. So if the committee is open to, before you adjourn, if you would be interested in re-referring to next month, I can make sure to notice that, provided we get all the materials. The deadline to get on the next month isn't even until noon on Monday, this coming Monday. So yeah, so he's got an extra week to get them.
Yep. So Alder Revere, what would you like to do?
Thank you, Chair. With that said, I move to reconsider our action on agenda item number 15.
Second.
Second by Alder Cole. Any discussion?
Does Attorney McReynolds want to be heard on this or something else?
If you want to be heard, I thought it's something else.
Okay.
It's been up for a while. Okay. So we'll finish this out. No discussion? Any objections? None. This item is re-referred.
No, before.
Reconsidered.
So now we need.
And now we get to do it.
Yeah. And I would further, Chair, I would further move that we refer this item to our next regular meeting.
Okay. And a second by Ms. Clemens. Any discussion? Thankfully, no. Any objections to referral to the next meeting? Seeing none, this item is referred. Now, Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Under the report of the city clerk item, I just wanted to let everyone know that my advice would be to have a special meeting to handle the revocation that the hearing subcommittee heard last week, so that it can be timely sent to council. The council dates are May 5th and May 19th. So you will be hearing from Jim probably by, I don't know if it'd be doodle poll or how we might figure that out, to figure out a time where the full ALRC could meet on that item sometime either before May 4th, or if not, then before May 18th. So just kind of wanted to put that out there to keep an eye out for more information coming from the clerk's office or me. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anything else for Jim? Alder Revere.
Thank you. Just on the topic of special meetings, I'm wondering, have you thought, Jim, about maybe it could be the same doodle poll, but us polling for a special meeting for separations? Or do you usually have a conversation with Attorney Zillavi before we make that determination if there are enough separations to warrant a special meeting, or doing them all on the same night?
Yeah, I mean, I think last year was the first year in quite
Since the pandemic, yeah.
We had to have a special meeting. I haven't had a conversation, but it does sound like we'll have some separations. I did preemptively at the beginning of the year reserve this room for the fourth Wednesday of the month. I don't know if that works for you.
What's that date?
The 27th.
27th.
Because I know we have kind of a short timeline between that regular May meeting and when we need to get separations handled and back to council before they meet. Because I know they meet on the 9th, and I think that'd be the only meeting that we could send to council. So it would have to be sometime between our regular meeting and June 9th.
Yes, correct. As a reminder, the state statute requires us to make our decisions by June 15th for the next licensing year. Well, I'll pencil that May 27th in my calendar then. Maybe we all should, 5:30 on May 27th.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's helpful that we have a shorter quorum than we had in the past, so.
True, yeah.
Yeah, stay tuned for a doodle poll then for a special meeting for the consideration of the revocation hearing.
Okay.
One part of the thing we're waiting for is a written transcript of the meeting. And I have submitted all the materials to someone to put that together, and they have everything they need. I didn't get a timeline yet, but I did send an email tonight to check on that. And I think that will kind of help drive when we're able to do the consideration of that.
Okay, great. Anything else? Otherwise, I'm open to my favorite part of the meeting.
Person.
Alder Revere.
Oh, you turned my mic
Yes,
on,
I
okay.
need someone to move it.
It was, okay, I'll happily move to adjourn.
Second by Ms. Clemens. Any objection? No. Thank you. We are adjourned at 9:03 p.m. Have a good evening.